Good, right? Yeah, we're good. We're good. Give me one sec. I gotta post that I am live. In case anybody got here already, which would be a little crazy, but some people just get the notifications, I guess. But considering I don't have a schedule and I didn't pre-post, I just said yesterday I will be live at some point. I'll take what I can get. All right. Okay, there we go. I have now done the posting. I have posted. All right, one sec. All right, hello. What's up, everybody? What's up? I know a lot of people are going to be watching Coinbox, and that is all right. I'm not trying to compete with Coinbox. Let's be real. I do have some stuff I want to talk about this. I want to let people get in here. I've been thinking a lot about commentary for the last 24 hours. And I even took notes. We got notes today. It's like almost a YouTube video. Well, it will be a YouTube video, but it's almost a pre-prepared video. It is a pre-prepared video. Let's figure out how to word that. It is a pre-prepared video. It's almost a script. It's not, though. It's not, though. I still have not gotten the notification. There we go. And say I always get a notification on my own Discord that I'm live, and I kind of use that as the sense of like, did the notifications go out to everybody else? Which I think is fair. I think is valid. Oh, Chief Ross, thank you. The notes are too strong? Oh my god. I mean, it's less prep time and more of so I live in a major city, and so I'm able to walk to the gym, and so I just got back from the gym and then had dinner, all of that kind of stuff. And on the walk to and from the gym, I was like, all right, I want to take notes. So I have a lot of different. If I have like one topic I want to talk about, it's really easy for me to just like ramble and go. It's what I'm good at. I'm good at ad-libbing. That's why my scripts are like, for my videos, my scripts are usually written, but there's plenty of videos where I'm like, I have bullet points and then I'll flow from one to the other. I feel fine doing that. But this one, there's so many small things about commentary I wanted to talk about. There's so many small things where it's like, ooh, I want to mention this, but like I have, let's see here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. This is probably like 20 different bullet points. Some of these will just be like a sentence, but it's one where I'm like, I don't want to forget that. I realized that I I realized that I talked about my experience of being at EVO and Supernova, but I didn't talk about what it was like commentating EVO and Supernova. So once we get a few more folks in here, that's kind of what I want to go over. I want to start with that and then use that as a ramp to talk about like the general state of Rivals commentary, the general state of, you know, Melee platform fighter commentary, fighting games, like all of that kind of stuff. I have notes on here. I've had a lot of people recently asking me how to get into doing commentary themselves. There's a lot of different points where that I want to hit that are some that are about me. Like, I have not done any national commentary since EVO, which isn't that long. It's only about the very end of August, so that's only really been September and then October. But to me, that feels like a long time. 2 months without doing a national? Considering what my year was like earlier, that's crazy. So I want to talk about like where I've been, because there's some events I just didn't apply for. I didn't apply for Riptide. I didn't apply for Collision, things like that. But I have like good reason to do that. All right. But yeah, I want to talk about like where I'm at with commentary, what I've been thinking. I've had a lot of people asking me how to get into commentary. I've had people ask me, once you're into commentary, how do you grow from there? Like, there's so many different spots. Plus, I'm sure I'll get a lot of questions from chat once folks are stopping in. I'm in just chatting right now. Should I be hopping over to Rivals? It's not only about Rivals commentary, but it feels like it's very Rivals commentary focused. I never know if I should be in just chatting or if I should be in a games thing. Because I am going to talk about, like, Melee commentary, and I'm going to talk about commentary for ult, and I'm going to talk about commentary for fighting games, like 2XKO, but it's going to be, like, pretty heavily Rivals. How's audio, by the way? It should be good now that I've turned down some of the, like, system audio stuff. Cirque, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I've seen your name. I know, like, I've seen your name around. Is it Cirque Games? Is the GMZ pronounced? Is it just Cirque? I haven't thought about it until right now when I'm like, I need to thank the notification. That's all right. And if you just want to lurk, you can ignore me. All right, let's think. I'm so used to more people popping in right away, but I mean, let's pull up Twitch right now, because I know that Coinbox is happening tonight, and that is the big focus of the platform fighter world. I mean, okay, 1.7K. I honestly thought it would be more. I honestly thought that it would be more viewers, but I wonder how much it is with... Like, I wonder how many viewers there are if you add up all of the, like, co-streamers on that. I don't understand how Twitch sets this up. Twitch is telling me that, like, these people are recommended collaborators. And it's, like, telling me that I should collaborate with Joey Donuts, who I'm friends with, who's currently collaborating with Ginger, who I've talked to, like, twice. It's like, I don't think I should just randomly be like Joey and Ginger in the middle of a coaching session. Let me talk with you guys. About what? I don't know. I'll figure it out. So weird. The games that the people and the games that it tells me that I should be checking out. That's fine. You know what? Maybe. It's going to be pretty Rivals heavy. So you know what? Let's go to the Rivals category, at least for a bit. I think that's going to make the most sense. I've been thinking, at least on the Twitch side. Because, like, yes, there's other games, but I'm going to talk about how crazy my summer was, and that was just all Rivals. I did do Melee there, but 90% of it was Rivals. All right, let's switch to Rivals 2. Dope, there we go. There we go. All right. At risk of repeating myself, because I don't want to wait way too long. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, throw them into chat. I'll try to get to stuff as I'm talking. All right, I'm all set. What's up? How you doing, dude? How are you doing? I was asking if I pronounced the GMZ at the end of your time, because I've always just read it as Cirque, and I've just now like been like, oh wait, is that Games? Is that like Gomez? Actually, that was gonna be my next guess. So I was like, is it Games? Is it Gomez? I don't know. Yeah. We're going to have a lot of different topics. I'm going to talk about a lot of different things. Going to be turning this into a video, assuming things go well. So that is the game plan. I've been asked a lot about commentary stuff lately. I've had a lot of people ask how to get into commentary. It could also be games. It could be. I've had people ask me how to get into commentary. I've had people who are, I don't want to say established, like they're not people who've done nationals, but they're people who've done their locals or done regionals that are like, how do you get to the next level? I also realized that I streamed and I talked about my experience going to EVO and being at EVO, being at Supernova, but I didn't talk about what it was like prepping for that. Like, how do you prep for commentary for such a big event? I was watching the recent, not the most recent, but one of the recent Cast or Curse podcast episodes. Congrats on EVO. Thank you. I'm definitely going to talk about it. And because they're uploading a couple of their old episodes, it wasn't the most recent one, but it was, I think, the one before then, but I didn't catch it live. I was just clicking around because it was like EVO and Supernova recap, and I was like, cool, I did top 8 at both of those. And they mentioned like, hey, huge shout outs to Flambeau and Wisely because they did 14 plus, I think I did 16 hours at EVO, which is absurd. That is so much commentary. And that's when I was like, oh, I never talked about what that was like, because I've had people that have genuinely just been like, how did you not lose your voice? How did you do, like, what is it like to do all of this kind of stuff? But then they went into a larger conversation about, like, the state of commentary through a Rivals lens, for sure, which is what I'm going to do. So the state of commentary through Rivals of, like, where are we as a scene right now for commentary? And this was like, they talked about how people get feedback. They talked about a lot of stuff. So I wanted to kind of throw my hat in the ring and talk about that a bit. There's a lot of different points. Like I said, I walked to and from the gym while I was doing stuff. And so I have lots of bullet points. There's like 20 here. It's not like 5 minutes per point, but there will be a lot. And there's going to be Q&A, that kind of stuff. Oh, I just realized I didn't turn my lights on. These 2 lights. If I have time, I also did find a really stupid way to play some platform fighters. So I will do that for sure. I just don't know if I'll do that for sure today. I don't know if I need to set a challenge and figure out how to do this. If I got time at the end of this talk, great. If not, we'll do it later this week for sure. Because I think it will be very, very, very funny. All right. Cool. I think I'm just going to jump into it. I'm sure people will like double check and ask questions later. Especially because it always, my experience and something a lot of bigger streamers have talked about is that it takes about like an hour, at least half an hour, but usually like an hour for you to like hit the number of views that you're gonna like coast at for most of your stream. Obviously things go up and down based on, what did I just drop? Yeah, there we go. Based on like what you're doing. Like if I switch to certain games, I know what my viewership will drop. But that's your, like, it just takes time. It's not like a YouTube video where people are just watching and going. All right, so I had not to toot my own horn, but I had a monster run all year for commentary, but especially this summer. And where I'm going to call that is like May through August. Because in May through August, I did Combo Breaker Top 8, Twitch Rivals Top 8, or I guess just Twitch Rivals. That wasn't a Top 8 specifically, but I just did Combo Breaker Top 8, Twitch Rivals, Evo Top 8, and Supernova Top 8. All of them except for Twitch Rivals is an RCS event, and Twitch Rivals was Twitch Rivals. I have looked it up. Twitch Rivals currently is the highest viewership that Rivals 2 has ever had. It peaked at, I think it was 35 or 40,000. It was 35,000 for all of the streams combined from all of the different streamers. Rivals 1 has gotten a little bit higher. I've been doing a little bit of my own research just because I was curious. But Rivals 1 getting higher also is a little bit shifty, and it's because it was like right before either Ult or Melee at a Genesis, and so it got this like big bump because it was a lot of people watching the Rivals finals so that they could get ready for Melee and Ult because things were going behind, that kind of deal. I'm gonna say Twitch Rivals is still the peak of viewership for Rivals 2 at 35,000. Now, not all 35,000 people were watching me, because 35,000 is watching Connor Eats Pants and CJ Ya and Ludwig and everybody else that are streaming their own point of views. They're not all listening to me. But yeah, I've done a lot of other commentary just for the sake of like my own commentary resume for anybody who's watching this on YouTube later. I have done commentary at Big House. I've done top 16 multiple years at Genesis. I've done top 8 1 year at Genesis for Rivals 1. I've never gotten a main stage Sunday top 8 at Genesis. That is actually my like last bucket list kind of goal. Let me pull up my commentary resume. Yeah, I have done 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 2. I've done 5 different Genesises. I've done the RCS Finals online. I've done Riptide. I've done now Supernova Top 3 for Rivals 2 years in a row. I did Big House Top 8 at Big House for Rivals 1 year. At Plat Fight, which wasn't a national, but was still like a stacked event for a lot of games. I did Rivals and Melee top 8s. I did second half top 8 for Rivals, first half for Melee. I've done Coinbox commentary when it was the largest tournament ever. I think still is. Wavelength top 16 for Melee, top 8 for Rivals. I'm just naming a lot of stuff right now for just so people are aware of, like, these are all within the last 12 months. No. Some of them were not. Riptide and Big House weren't. I've done Melee, Rivals, Multiverses, NASB. I think I'm forgetting one. I think I'm forgetting a game. I think I've done... okay, just counting those, I've done 4 different games, top 8s at Combo Breakers. I know I've done, like... If you count the community games, I've done more. I've done, like, 5 or 6 top 8s total at Combo Breakers. I have been around the block. I've done top 8s for Melee at things like Smash Camp. I've done top 16 at BOBC for that. I've done a lot. But a lot of that came this year. This has been a huge year for me. Like, I will be honest. I knew that I was in a good spot going into this year. This year was absolutely the, like, pedal to the metal. And that kind of culminated in this summer of Smash for me, the summer of platform fighters for me, which was Combo Breaker, Twitch Rivals, Evo, and Supernova. So the second biggest fighting game tournament in the world, Twitch Rivals, which is a creator event, so it's not just people that know Rivals, but it's everyone else. Evo, which is the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. Like, honestly, you put an Evo top 8 on your resume, you're just going to get more responses to things. I need to update my resume and my reel to have Evo on it. But I got messages from people that I don't talk to anymore. I got messages from people I haven't talked to since college. I'm 32 now. I got messages from college, like old college roommates that were like, oh my God, I saw you on Evo. Like, yeah, I did. That's crazy, isn't it? And then Supernova, which was the largest in-person Rivals tournament of all time. And I also did, I did top 16 for Melee at that as well. It was a crazy year. And you may have noticed that I have not done anything since then. I've done locals, I've done regionals, but that's it. I'll get to why I haven't done anything in a bit, because that is something I want to talk about. That is my choice. It's not that I have not been able to go to anything. I've decided not to go to anything. When I was listening to the Caster Curse podcast, Nurse and Zeke both were like, oh my God, holy shit. They did 14 hours of commentary. Yes, I did. I think people know this, but it bears repeating. If you are doing commentary at that kind of stuff, you have to treat it like a job. It's just there's no bones about it. I prepared for Evo. I had notes on every single person who was projected to make top 32. I had Flambeau and I were using a website to pull up head-to-heads before every single match to double-check like what the set count was between two people, when's the last time they played, that was offline specifically. Like, we had a ton of different notes that we were taking. Flambeau and I also did Discord calls prepping on like, what are the storylines going into this event that we want to talk about? And the big one that came up was, this is the culmination of all the different games all at the same time, which it was that. It was, can anybody beat Plup? If the answer was no. It was, can Stango overcome his demon with cake? Like, there was a few things. Dear God, we got all of the different storylines in that top 8. I am so lucky, but I also prepared. I took so many notes. I treated that like a job. It was not a just showing up to do commentary at your local. And that's why I was ready to talk about all those different storylines, because we specifically went over like, well, if we're looking at the projected top 8s, we've got a Rivals player, an Ultimate player, a Melee player, a Rivals 2. Like, we knew that Sandstorm was on the come up and had a good chance of making top 8. I think he was seeded 9th. So we talked about Brawlhalla. Like, all of the games coming together was like the big thing. Stango had just like was pushing and pushing and pushing, and I'm really excited that I got to continue talking about that into Supernova the next weekend. But I had people that were like, how are you not dead? And the answer was, I was exhausted. I pushed through. I had so much coffee. I had energy drinks. I had everything you could do. But it's just this, like, I had to do all of that. But you also have to take care of your voice. When I'm doing it, I used to be really bad at it. I'm still pretty bad at it. Is when I was newer, or when I was like coming up on a lot of this stuff, I would often lose my voice by day 3 of an event. And it was fine when I wasn't getting Sunday blocks. But then I started getting Sunday blocks and my voice would be shot. And I always felt bad when it's like, hey, I think some of the worst commentary I did this weekend was the top 8. Not that I didn't do a good job with what I'm saying, or the language, or the presentation, but just, I couldn't project, I couldn't talk. So at Evo, because like I said, it's a job, I'm a very extroverted. I wanted to go to after parties. I wanted to go to like hang out with friends. I wanted to go do like all of the fun things. And like I did a bit, but I was in bed way earlier than most people every single night, because I knew that it was like, all right, I gotta be up at this time in the morning. I have this many hours of commentary to do. But also, I think every commentator will say this, the killer isn't just all of the commentary you do for the killer on your throat, but the killer is like, at Genesis, I'm not going to lose my voice doing commentary, but I will lose my voice at Guild House after the, like, on Saturday night, because it's loud and it's an after party with music and you're yelling to talk to each other. It's not resting, exactly, yeah. And so I said no to a lot of things that's like, dude, I really want to go hang out with these people. I gotta be in bed before, I don't know, if I have commentary at, like, depends on when I have commentary. I know how much sleep I need. And I also know that I'm liable to not get it. I'm definitely a night owl. I'm someone who would much rather stay up late and hang out. And I just couldn't. I also literally went home. I literally went to take naps. Something I was really worried about on Sunday was it was Saturday, because Friday and Saturday were the 2 days for Evo. I finished up my block on Saturday, and as soon as I finished up my block, I went to my hotel room to take a nap, because I knew that I had like 3 hours before I had to do top 8. And I knew I was tired, and I knew that if I was in the venue, I could lose my voice. I was fully prepared I didn't care if I lost my voice after the top 8, but I did care that in my head, it was the biggest gig I'm ever gonna get. I hope it's not. I hope I could keep doing bigger things. But I just couldn't squander it. So I went and I took a nap. I wanted to watch other stuff. It's fine. Also, every commentator that does this, like, semi-professionally will also just honey, cough drops, warm tea, like, everything you hear, all the wives' tales, they all are real. At least those are. You want, like, warmer drinks so that you can actually, it's better for your vocal cords, instead of, like, super cold water. Honey will coat your vocal cords a little bit more. Cough drops literally just, it's the way they work. I found out that they make industrial grade cough drops. I don't know, they're like medical grade cough drops. Never drink cold while casting. I mean, I'll still do it because it is better to be hydrated than to have something cold but be dehydrated, or to not have something cold but be dehydrated. But, like, if you can, warm tea, or just even, like, a little bit warmer water, which sucks because I hate drinking warm water, but it is better for you. The medicated cough drops are unreal. Who was it? It was someone at Supernova. Was it Scabs? I think Scabs had some of them. And they saved my life at Supernova. Because I was like, I'm not going to lose my voice. The problem is that I did the 14 hours of commentary and then lost I didn't lose my voice at Evo. I'm shocked. I did Friday, Saturday, and then I was willing to just hang out. And, like, I went to the after party Sunday night, and I did everything. I didn't lose my voice. The problem was the not resting, because you fly out Monday, you get home, like, Monday night. I had Tuesday and Wednesday at home, and then I flew out Thursday again for Supernova, because I managed to do Evo top 8 into Supernova top 8. So I cannot, if you know Evo, you know it's Evo. But then Supernova was the largest Rivals 2 tournament ever. Largest Rivals tournament ever. And so I was like, I have 2 days between these. And I did lose my voice at Supernova. I pushed through. I think my voice was a little bit gone during, like, it was a little bit shot during the top 8. Like, I can tell. I don't know how much I could go back and listen, but it wasn't a, like, oh, my voice is totally gone. But it wasn't as strong as it could have been. But I genuinely don't know how I could have done both of those back to back without it being, like, my only job. Because, like I said, professional commentary is a bit of a misnomer. I'm saying professional commentary because it is, I got paid. Hobbs, what is, my dog really wants attention. Hi, buddy. Well, now you've backed up, so you're not on camera. Do you want a treat? I mean, you wanted me to pet you. Touch? Hi. Touch. Yeah. All right. I'll give you a treat. I'll give you a treat. There you go. Hi, buddy. There you go. But yeah, it is... I'll also say, like, I didn't learn all of these by myself. I didn't realize how good honey was for you. I knew that it was, like, a thing, but I thought it was just went along with the tea. And I was talking to St. Cola at Combo Breaker, like, 2 years ago, being 2 or 3, and I was just like, I just keep losing my voice. I can't figure out what to do. I feel bad that I'm losing my voice on Sundays at these big top 8s. Like, it is what it is, but I'll figure it out. And he's like, dude, we have honey here. Just get honey. Go get honey. All right, I'm just going to keep petting my dog just off of the screen, I guess. Bud, you don't get to back away from me and then be upset that I'm not petting you anymore. He's like 1 foot further than I can reach with my hand. I used to do watch parties for Pokemon VGC back when I was competing there. It was like 8-hour days just chilling on stream. Used to use some honey every time you got up. It's truly a miracle substance. Yeah. I mean, I have cough drops right here that are just under my desk. I haven't had to have any in quite a while, but it's also literally your vocal cords are a muscle. And by doing this kind of stuff more often, you build it up. Hobbs, too bad. You can't just... This is not a good time, buddy. You can just see his tail. Look at that. But I lost my train of thought because of that. But yeah, you just doing this more often. I noticed that when I'm streaming consistently, I'm better at staying like on for large events afterwards. Same idea with singing. Singing more makes you be able to sing more. Yeah, exactly. But like I said, I don't do this. I do this professionally in that I get paid for it. I don't do this professionally in that it's not my only job. In fact, if I only use money from getting paid for this, I would be homeless. Like, I think I could afford rent and literally nothing else. So maybe I wouldn't be homeless, but I would be dead because I couldn't eat. And that's because I got really lucky with, like, Evo's the most I've made at any event, that kind of thing. Yeah. So, like, it's just funny that I've had so many people that are like, how did you do it? I'm like, it's because I wanted to hang out with people, or I've been trying to do a lot of recordings. I have actually this camera here, but I have like a gimbal stabilizer to try to film. I did not film on the go at Evo nearly as much. I filmed a little bit, but I didn't film like a vlog. I also didn't film anything like that at Supernova. I filmed a video, but that was it, because I didn't film that video until after I was done with Rivals, because I wanted to make sure that I was done with all of my commentary before I tried to do anything like that. Because filming the video is just an extra thing. They were paying me to be there. If I was like, hey, I lost my voice because I was filming, maybe no one else would care about it, but I would, because they were paying me to be there to do commentary, not to be a content creator. But yeah, that's kind of how I got through the long hours, is I literally had to take breaks. I had to go back to my hotel room to take naps. I didn't let myself hang out with people until I knew that I was done, or I knew that I had a big break of time. Or if I hung out with people, it was like, hey, can we go chill at like a quiet spot so that I'm not yelling to talk? It's the yelling to talk at after parties that really is the killer. But yeah, I finally lost my voice at Supernova because I couldn't do it all back to back. That's all to say. I did a lot. I was basically traveling like minimum once a month. A lot of months. Like, I went to even small things. Like, I went to the Fusion Major, which was a weekly, but it was a very fun thing where I was flown out to New York, and that was the week before Combo Breaker. So I've been to New York, Chicago, Washington, D.C., or like Virginia, Vegas, like all of these, all back to back to back to back, basically. Or Twitch Rivals was in my house, but like, I needed a break. That is flat out. I've been asked why I wasn't at Gommel, why I wasn't at Collision, why I'm not going to Heatwave. There's a few different big events, and one of them's I need a break. I was traveling so much, and it was super fun, but also, we need to be real. You can just see him wandering. He wants attention so badly right now. All right, there he is. He's good now. Doing Smash commentary does not pay the bills. For anybody. Like, I know how much some of the big commentators make. And that's on them to share. But I also know how much I make. If Smash commentary doesn't pay the bills, Rivals commentary definitely doesn't pay the bills. There's a reason that all of your favorite Smash commentators, who you think of as just commentators, also stream. Also do YouTube. Or also do hosting for other events. Like, they're a general event host. And it's one of those things that I see a lot. Here, amen? Yeah. What's up, Zeke? It's one of those things that, like, it's basically volunteer work. I'm very thankful for it. Well, I am at a weird point now. I am at a weird point now where I can't do it as volunteer work anymore, which is strange. It feels strange to say that. But I know what I am worth, and I know what I can get paid. I'm not asking everyone to pay what Evo paid me. I won't ever work another event if I do that. Unless I work my way up there. But, like, I did apply for Gommel, and Gommel asked if I could go, and I said, this is my rate, and they were like, my girl math is, if it doesn't cost me to go to an event, then I'm profiting. That's where I was, like, a year or two ago. If I went even to go to an event, I was just like, you know what, they're subsidizing my trip, and I'm having a good time. I now have a dog. I've had a dog for a bit, but, like, I also have to factor in the cost of boarding my dog. I have to factor in the cost of I'm not streaming. My stream isn't crazy. Like, I'm not making... I know what Coney... Or I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that Coney loses a lot of money every time he... Coney is really expensive to get for commentary. Very few events hire him. And the reason is because if he just stays at home and eats 41 out of 100 chicken McNuggets, he will make so much more money. That's why. You cannot pay Coney enough to go. Because Coney will just make more money otherwise. And it's the same with... I mean, who else has gotten to that level? I'm trying to think. I mean, usually that's players. Like, for a while, it was top Melee players that were like, I make more money streaming, so I have to have, like, another reason to go to an event. That's when you started seeing, like, this regional, but it's on Hungrybox's stream, or it's on Mango stream, or it's on Cody's. Like, it's because that was a way that TOs could get the top players to attend. Mewtwo King, yeah. Mewtwo King does the same thing. It's a way for people to get top players to attend, is because you're like, well, you're not going to make as much money as if you just sat at home and streamed, but you'll make something still. You'll get ad rev, or you'll get subs. So, and I'm not there yet. But I won't lie, I have thought before of, like, I could probably guarantee that, at least I can guarantee I won't lose money by staying home and watch partying. Yeah, Zeke just said I made way more money watching Evo and coaching from home than when I made at any event I got paid to cast this summer. It's definitely tough because there's a ton of money to go around, so they gotta pick and choose. Yeah. But I'm also at a spot where I'm really lucky. I don't need events on my resume anymore. Which is crazy to say. I don't think there's a single thing I could get on my resume that would like bump up my chances of getting hired for something. At least for Rivals. For Melee, yes. It's an awesome feeling. It is. It's just wild. What you're saying is you make turbo bank out off of Run the Rivals? No. I do have a deal with Run the Rivals, but that deal is, it's on my channel, and so I get any money from like ad rev, which is not much because it's like a 30-person local stream. And because we have literally had a number of people that have all shown up to Run the Rivals, which is the Minnesota local for Rivals, that have said they found out about the event through my stream, which is the goal. That's literally the entire reason that we run that event on my stream, even the days where I'm not there. But because of that, I also get free entry. That's it. They literally won't let me pay. I've tried before. Right now, because of the stuff that happened earlier this month, I'm really, really thankful for that. I'm still able to go to Run the Rivals and have a good time because I can't afford it otherwise. That's why I want to make my day job and going to events work. I mean, it's hard. There is Cakesol. And that's it. I think Cake is the only person that could call going to events their job in Rivals. Or going to events their only job. Zeke probably makes more. I don't know if Zeke makes more money than Cake, but like Zeke is probably like the second most profitable person in Rivals outside of devs and, you know, that kind of thing from coaching. I think I've probably made, well, no, I'm curious now. I don't know what Zeke makes off of the creator program. For a while, I was pretty confident that I've made more money off the creator program than anybody else. Except for like the sheer numbers of Ludwig shouting it out once or that kind of thing. But even then, it's less than $3,000 total, and the program's been around for like February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Like 8 months? And most of that money was from like the first 2 months. But like going to events, the most I've ever made was at Evo, and I made $1,000 for Evo. And it was gonna be less, and I literally was like, hey, the things got like extended, because I was initially hired to basically just do top 8, and then it turned into doing everything else. And so when it got extended, I was like, hey, if these hours are like way more, will the rate go up? And they're like, yep, we can definitely do it. Creator program doesn't really do much. Most of your income is coaching. Yeah, no, I didn't mean it was like your full-time job. I'm just saying like, if I can pretty confidently say that I'm like one of the top or top 2 people on the Rivals creator program, and I've made 3, like, what am I at right now? I can literally look it up. Nexus. What have I made lifetime on it? 2,500, almost exactly. If I made 2,500 on it in 8 months, people are not making full-time money off of Rivals. But Suzy, creator program doesn't do much. Most of my income is coaching. Oh yeah, I would assume that coaching is way more for you. My main job is actually coaching varsity teams. Yeah, no, I remember that from the interview that we did. One of the few Smash Rivals creators that does it full-time and isn't a top player that makes money from events. Yeah. But like even then, your income is, I guess, from events, but it's from coaching. It's just because it's a collegiate, it's just weird to be like, is coaching varsity teams still events? I don't know. I don't know how you clarify that. It's the same way that I consider my like bucket of income that is from creator work. Like I put my commentary in there because it all feeds into itself. The more videos I make, the more likely I am to get hired at stuff. The more likely I am to get hired at stuff, the more video, like it just kind of cycles, which I'm gonna talk about. But yeah, a lot of people came into chat as I was going through that. Did anybody have specific questions about that crazy period of Combo Breaker, Twitch Rivals, Evo, Supernova. Because that was a bonkers couple of months for me. If you were at any of those, you probably saw me filming a bunch of stuff for like vlog kind of content. And there's a reason none of that is out yet. And that is that I have not had time because this is not my job. It is a job. It is not my full-time job is what I'll clarify. And it's way easier to write a scripted video and do anything else. No questions. Honestly, you're one of the few comms who could and did pull it off, so no surprises there. Well, thank you. To your point about people who don't do this stuff full-time, or who do this full-time, they don't just make money from comms. I knew TK talked a while ago about how he diversified his income. Yeah, exactly. TK does hosting for different places. He also does stuff for multiple games. Like, not that he doesn't like those games, but I guarantee you that Namco Bandai pays way more for you to do Tekken commentary at the Tekken World Tour, the Tekken Pro Tour, than any Smash event pays. Guarantee you. I will say that the top ult casters kind of pigeonhole themselves a little bit. I don't know if this is like peeking behind the curtain too much. Part of it is because of Vicky Kitty, who is wonderful. She's so good. She's so good at what she does. But pigeonholed is like you put yourself into like a bucket that's hard to break out of. I know EE has gotten further because of other stuff. Like TK is doing other games. Coney is now doing content, stuff like that. I guess pigeonholed wasn't the right word. They kind of like capped themselves at what events they can work. Because Vicky started doing Overwatch League and then started getting Apex and started getting other games. And when she started getting other games, she increased her rates. And I know a lot of other altcasters they're like, if this is what she's getting paid for top 8s, I guess this is what we all should get paid to get top 8s. Mexican says some of the sayings fly past me. No worries, no worries. I also wasn't quite the right saying anyways. Like, I know that, like, Max and Rod and a few other people all, like, slowly started increasing their rates because, you know, rising tide floats all boats. There's now a reason that the only Smash tournament every year that Vicky does is sometimes Genesis and sometimes Supernova. And it's because literally no other Smash event can afford her rates. And she already gives a discount for Smash events. I don't know what her numbers are. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that is she can't afford to lower her numbers by too much. And she already gives a discount for Smash events because she knows they don't have the budget. And the problem is that a lot of other commentators, I know that those numbers have since come down for a lot of them, but like during the heyday, I would say, of alt, where it was like at its peak. Yeah, no, that's amazing for Vicky. But like at the heyday of alt, for its like peak viewership, the numbers have come down a bit for their rates. But like there was a reason that suddenly you saw a bunch of mid to like not low level in skill, but like the mid to high level commentators suddenly start getting more top 8s and started getting more bigger events. And it's because those events literally could not afford the S tier alt commentators. Every event wants Black Plague. No events can afford Black Plague. Every event wants the Blast Zone. They cannot afford the Blast Zone. It's one of those things that I'll see at so many things that are like a first time major, whatever, that people are like, oh, why aren't TK, EE, and Coney there? And it's like, because they cannot afford them. Straight up, they would have them if they could. This is all to say, I'm not asking for that kind of money. I am not asking for that kind of money, but I am at a spot now. We're in a similar boat. I've started saying no to events, it is crazy to say no to an event that in previous years I would have killed to work. That is the thing that has been weird for me, is that there's been a few events where I have been like, hey, like, this is what my rate is. Does this match your budget? And this is not like a negative to them, but they'd be like, nope, we can't afford that. And be like, all right, I'm sorry, I won't be able to attend then. And then we go on with our day, and that's fine. But there's events that before, if they were like, yeah, we would love to have you on, especially, we'd love to have you on for top 8, where it's like, oh, I will figure out how to get there. I will move heaven and earth to make sure I'm at that event. And now I'm just like, I'm going to stay home because I don't need it on my resume. I'm not trying to lose money to go to events. I'm already in debt and trying to pay all of that off. Like, that's one of the things, is that this year was one of the first years where I was like, I won't go to any events that I lose money to go to. But it was more than that. It was, because that was like last year. This was, now I need to actually make money being there. Not a ton. But like, there's some big ticket events that, whether it's they don't have a budget for Rivals specifically, this happens to, I think that's me, not B. This happened to me in 2023. Yeah, exactly. I no longer go to events that I'm losing money to go to. There's like one exception, and that's because it's events that aren't, like, I know that Smash Camp will never have the budget to fly out people like that. I don't go to Smash Camp because it's a big event for my resume. I go to Smash Camp because I love being in the woods with a bunch of friends. The tournament is just like a side bonus to it. And I really like doing all the top 8s, and I like doing everything else. But like, Smash Camp doesn't pay my rate. Smash Camp sometimes has covered flights, not even then, but it always covers like the camping and the sign up and everything like that. I'm like, you know what? Cool. I'll be there. I'll figure it out. I haven't missed a Smash Camp in years now. It is my favorite event. Fool that I am, I forgot to turn on my Wisely notifications. No worries, no worries. We're just chilling and talking. But yeah, like, I can use some examples. Like, I applied for GOML, and GOML asked if I could make it out. And I was like, hey, I'll need flight and hotel. I'll need flight, hotel in this rate. And they're like, we're only able to do flight and hotel for casters that are doing like top 8s for certain games, or they're doing whatever. And like, they're like, some events don't do a specific rate. Some events do here's your rate per block. And I was like, how many blocks can I have guaranteed? And when it just doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And I was like, all right, hopefully I can go in the future. It would be great for me to be in a financial spot where I don't have to make those decisions, but I'm not, so. Other events, I think I did apply to Collision. I just applied way too late. I knew that I wouldn't be able to go to Riptide unless I was hired for Melee. Because if I was hired for Melee, they would have been able to pay for like flight, hotel, and everything. But if I was only hired for Rivals, I would have just gotten my per block rate for Rivals. So. Let's make sure, because I have notes on what I wanted to talk about. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. But yeah, that's why I've been saying no to some gigs, is because it's just like, I can't afford to go. I don't want to go into debt. I don't want to lose money to go work an event. Once it turned from like, I'm going to this and I happen to be doing commentary, like I'll get a couple blocks and that's super dope. Once it's like, oh, in a weird way, I am now a selling point for some events, which is also weird to think about. I don't know how much money they're making on it. But like, if I'm doing your top 8, I kind of have to be asking for a certain amount now. And I don't know if that goes up or not. For a while, I thought it was going to go up with like Evo and a few other things. I think it just solidified. Before, I was willing to compromise a little bit more, and now that I've done Evo and Supernova top 8s and a few other things, I think I'm just in the like, all right, I can't compromise lower than this amount. But also, I wanted to take a break anyways. So the only events that I would have applied for were like the huge ones. Like, I would love to be a Port Priority. I did not apply to go to Port Priority. If I did that, it'd be fun to just go. Something Sagem has said before that I heard earlier this year, and it genuinely, like, was something that I thought about a lot this summer. Is Sajam has said that no matter who it is, you could be Tasty Steve, you could be Yipes, you could be Sajam himself. Like, no matter who you are, if you are oversaturated to the point that, like, every single broadcast someone turns on, you're there, people just get tired. People get tired of you. And they will start being like, like, they'll start hating on you, like, not this guy again, like, we want whatever. But if you take a break and people, like, kind of forget, and then you come back later, it's like, oh my god, Wisely's back on again. Like, you literally have to, like, not go to things so that people still want you to be at them. It's a very funny thing. Which is the opposite problem that new people have. Because new people will get on, and everyone, even if that person is a phenomenal commentator, they are super solid, but if they don't know them, it's the like, that meme of, like, voice I recognize. Oh yeah, this is great. Voice I don't recognize. Dude, this person sucks. I need them off the mic. Like, no, you just don't know them. You're not used to their humor. You're not used to whatever. It's very rare for someone to, like, pop off immediately. Dude, I remember when people hated Stu'd commentary. Stu'd got known as, like, the golf commentator because he's got a softer voice. He's got, like, the soft, deep voice, and they're like, it feels like he's reading me a lullaby. Now, people love Stu'd. Last year, Stu'd did more Melee commentary than literally anyone else. He did more time at majors than anyone else. And I'm super proud of him for that. As a side note, I've commentated more with Stu'd than anyone else in my life. But that's because Stu'd and I have both done a bunch of PM national top 8s with each other. That's a weird way to word that. We've both commentated a bunch of PM nationals together. We used to be, like, V-pairing for PM national top 8s. We've commentated Melee together before. We've commentated Rivals together before. Crazy that people dislike Stu'd. And it's literally that people just didn't know him. That's why. Stu'd and Wobbles, when Wobbles was still doing stuff, were phenomenal together. But people just didn't know Stu'd. It also didn't help that one of the first big events he did was one where the players could hear the commentary, so he talked a little bit softer, and so everyone's like, Stu'd must just do that all the time. And he's like, no, I didn't want to interrupt or to accidentally coach or whatever. So you do get this, like, on your come up, you just need people to be aware. And people, no matter who you are, you will get hate. And that sucks. That really sucks to say. But then, this is the first time I've been at the opposite. I've had people that are like, like, god damn it, Wisely's on again. And it's like, you know what? I get it. I think they're wrong, but I get it. After that run, I very intentionally didn't go to anything, especially directly after Supernova. I forget what event was right afterwards, but a lot of people at Supernova were like, yo, are you going? I'm like, no, I just did Evo and Supernova. I want to take a break. But that was part of it. Both a break for my own mental health, my own sake, but also a break so that people still like me. I don't want people to hate me because I'm just on too many things. The other big thing about taking a break is that's when you're going to get time to actually improve. Like, commentators are... I know not everyone believes this. Commentators are actively trying to improve, at least good ones. At least good commentators are actively trying to improve and trying to work on their delivery, or trying to work on their vocabulary, or trying to work on their analysis, or, you know, whatever. And you can kind of do that on the fly, but it takes time. Like, when I said I was at Evo, and I came back Monday, and then I was home Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I flew out to Supernova, do you think that I watched my Evo VODs back during that time? Absolutely not. I did not have time. I did not have the energy. I was not able to process, and, like, outside of just, like, the vibe that I felt on the fly, I was not able to, like, go back and watch my VODs and figure out exactly what I wanted to work on next until after both of those. You need to take breaks in order to have time to actually improve. It's this weird, like, you want to go to everything. And then you start getting to everything, you're like, oh, I cannot go to everything. And I feel extremely, extremely lucky that I've been able to be at that spot. Just, this is the first year I've ever been like, oh, I traveled too much. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think I did, but I think I could have. If I did what I did and then also went to Collision and Riptide, or like also did Collision, Gommel, and Riptide, all three that people wanted me to go to, if I had done like top 8s at all of those, people would hate me right now. People would hate me right now. I already have people that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I took some screenshots because I thought it was funny. I have people that, like, from months ago that were like, they need to stop giving Wisely top 8s. He's not good at this. He's not good at that. He's do whatever. The one that I screenshot, because I just remembered it, I had to go back and find it, was someone that was just like, man, I like Wisely. I hope he does not get an Evo top 8. And I was like, all right. They're like, he's good. I think he's great for pools. He's great for, like, explaining stuff. But he doesn't do this and that. I think he's going to be bad for Evo. And at this point, I already knew that we were going to be at Evo. I did not know I was hired for it. But it was just like, huh. All right. I thought I had, like, a 30% chance of working Evo at that point. I didn't know they were only going to hire 2 people for it. But, like, I had something to prove. But I also was like, I can't keep doing more or else people are going to hate me. What's the order I want to do this? What's the order I want to do this? Because I have a lot of other points here. I guess I can talk about, like, why there's reasons that people didn't like my commentary. Some that I think are legit, some that aren't. I heard a lot. The 2 comments I got, and I started getting them multiple times. And so unless people got a lot of alt accounts, I feel like there was some sort of validity to this. I will say that this is not how I get feedback. I ignore Twitch chat, and I do not look at YouTube comments for videos that I've done. I try not to. I think it is a terrible spot to get feedback. In fact, I have gotten things that are like, I can't believe Wisely didn't know about this one thing. I'm like, yeah, because in the moment, I didn't know that we were in the 1% option where this doesn't work anymore. Like, give me a break, please. People are just hypercritical for no reason. But I heard a lot that, one that I heard was that Wisely talks about himself too much on the mic. And the other one that I heard was that I didn't get hype enough, that I don't even, they weren't even saying too analytical, it's just that I didn't get excited enough. The excited spot was because I like to focus on storytelling. I like to focus on what is the story of the event. I talked before about, like, how the stuff that when I was like, oh, this is how I prepared for Evo was, here's all of the different storylines that are going on. It's all of the games coming together. It's can Stango overcome his demons. It's Plup is finally back. It's Zeus's first time offline. None of those are gameplay things. Like, none of those are gameplay. All of those are about the people that are playing the game. And I will talk about gameplay. I know enough. I'm not the best player, but I know enough to be like, this is, this confirm, or like, this is whatever, or like, even then, I tend to focus on, like, this person's done this option several times in a row. I hope that the next person is able to adapt, or I hope this gets covered, or it's going to be interesting if they don't. And that's honestly still kind of a story thing versus, oh my god, he hit this 2-frame, like, 1 minute input, whatever. It's just not my style. But the excitement was, I was not moving fast enough. And this is a thing that happens a lot in platform fighters because, and I thought of this because Zeke, if Zeke is still in chat, on the Caster Cursed episode, was saying that platform fighters have a lot of downtime sometimes, where people tend to go to play-by-play because they don't want to miss the big moment, or they don't want to miss the thing that happens, so they just default to play-by-play. But what that means is you might get 45 seconds of play-by-play that just is 2 players jockeying for position and then 1 person SDs. And that's kind of boring. And I know that I prefer to talk about the stories or to talk about what's going on. I prefer to talk about all of the, like, here's what this player was telling me beforehand about how they've prepared and how they've done XYZ. And I will do play-by-play. I'm still good at play-by-play. But I was getting too caught up in telling the stories, and then suddenly the big moment happens, and I wouldn't react fast enough. And so at Evo and Supernova specifically, I had way more of an intention on if something big or cool or flashy happens, before I was like, oh, how do I wrap this up fast enough to move to that next thing? If you go back and watch those VODs, I didn't do that. I didn't wrap it up. I was just in the middle of being like, yeah, and then Stango's been working on this, and then, oh my god, that giant, he hits the back air. Like, I just went straight from I'm in the middle of the sentence of the story to let's yell about the thing happening right now because it's cool. I didn't go back and watch all the VODs, but I didn't get any YouTube comments. I didn't get anything that was like, oh, you're doing a bad job with that. That's how I solved that problem, was I stopped trying to wrap up the sentences. I just jump from I'm in the middle of the sentence, hard cut to let's get hype about this. Maybe I'll remember to go back to it. And I did have people that are like, you didn't finish up this. It's like, because I couldn't. You don't have time. It is the thing, like, the pace of the games mattered a lot. Commentating a platform fighter, even different platform fighters, commentating ult feels different than commentating melee. Commentating melee feels different than commentating PM, than commentating Rivals. But, like, especially compared to a game like Counter-Strike or Valorant, where there's intentionally not action for a while because people are doing buying rounds, or they're waiting and they're holding angles, so you get way more of the analysis and the story build up, and then you know that moment's gonna happen. And because you know that moment's gonna happen, then you can talk about it. Fighting games, traditional fighters or 2D fighters, I guess 3D, we can include Tekken, there's much less of that downtime. It's very just like, and they're hitting each other immediately, or what we think of as neutral of the dash dancing, the doing everything else. What's up, Comb? What's up, Comb? Like, there's footsies in fighting games. It says you're collabing with yourself on mobile. What does that mean? I'm pulling up Twitch mobile now. What does that look like? Why does that look like? Profile. On my side, it just says that I am streaming. I'm not sure how that works, but I trust you. I don't know. All right. You'll post in Discord? Yeah. Twitch has been really weird lately. There's been a few different issues. Yeah, that's how I solved that. I haven't seen as many comments about, like, wisely missed. It's usually that I missed the big moment, and that's like, I didn't miss it. I just didn't hype it up the way you wanted me to. But also, the way you commentate Evo is so different than the way you commentate any other event. Supernova gets close, but at Evo, I had people that I haven't talked to, that I didn't know ever even knew what Rivals was. I haven't talked to them in a decade, that were just like, oh my god, I saw you commentating Evo. Because people who have never heard of Rivals will be watching Evo. Flambo and I literally put down a list of, like, here are things that we should explain. Here is things that if we explain once, we're gonna assume they know for the rest of the set or the rest of the block. Like, we had an entire thing of, like, what do we think someone will know from Rivals? Or, sorry, what do we think someone will know from Smash? Because if you played casually, you at least know that. Like, we're like, people will know Smash casually. We don't need to explain literally everything. But we wrote down, like, what do people know? What won't they know? What should we explain? What will we have time to explain? Evo's so good for getting eyes on the game that they otherwise would have never heard of. Yeah. Is it recently in a chat that said verified users only in mobile and a desktop? It was not that. Yeah. But like, the biggest example is Heatwave is coming up. Whoever's doing commentary top 8 for Heatwave can do the ultra nerdiest rivals freaks, like plat fighters sickos commentary that is just for the hardcore audience. Because it's just the tournament that is like, if you know, you know. People who have not heard of Rivals aren't randomly stumbling upon Heatwave. In fact, people who know Smash aren't randomly stumbling upon Heatwave. It is just for, like, I have been stealing the phrase the sickos lately. The people who are like, yes, this is all I want. Genesis, I think, would get close. I would do some level of commentary that is, this stuff is for people that are in the know. This stuff is for people that have not played Rivals. This stuff is for people that have. But like, there's different ways that you prepare for all of this. It's me, I'm the sickos. Yeah, anybody who's in my chat right now would be a sicko, for sure. For sure. The other thing that was like Wisely doesn't get excited enough is the Wisely talks about himself too much. And that one I really hurt because I didn't think I did that. But I kept, but I kept getting that comment, and it was from more people. It wasn't like constant. I didn't get it every single set, but it was enough that I was like, there must be some validity to this. As much as I hate hearing that, because I don't ever want to make, if I am commentating, the goal is that I'm shining light on the game, I'm entertaining, and then my secondary goal is that I'm shining light on the players. I want it to be about their stories, not mine. And I don't quite know if this solved the problem or not, but I will say, I've not seen this comment since then. This is maybe the silliest way that I have fixed, quote unquote, part of my commentary. I realized a lot of the times what I was doing was because I have lucky that like I've gotten to know a lot of the players through doing these kind of things. I'm friends with most of the top players. Or I was doing interviews, or I was doing content and I talked to them. And so I would be able to say things like, yeah, I was talking to Stango and Stango said this. And he was telling me he's really excited about doing like XYZ. Like, I'll just say like, yes, I was talking to Stango and Stango said he's going all Olympia because Olympia feels like the true character for him that's at the highest power. Maybe not. He told me it wasn't the character that he thought was the best for, like, it's not the character that he enjoys the most, but it's the character that he thinks is best right now at the current meta. This was during Evo, so yes, that is totally true. You know what I did? I just stopped saying Stango told me. And I stopped getting those comments. So instead I would just be saying, Stango said that this is the character that he feels like he can do the best with right now. Instead of Stango told me this is the character. All I did was stop remarking that he was talking to me when he said these things. And I was just like, Stango said this out into the void of the world. And I stopped getting comments that were saying Wisely talks about himself too much. That is still the funniest thing to me. That's all I did. I just stopped saying that XYZ player told me that thing, and I've just gone on to be like, so Cake mentioned this. Sandstorm was talking about what it was like learning a new platform fighter after the current one. It's just so funny that that was a constant, that was the thing I heard quite a bit, was Wisely talks about himself too much. And I know that is a crutch for a lot of commentators, is, especially when you're new, is you will put things into light of what you know. So you'll say, well, when I'm playing, I do this. And I am willing to do that more in like pools, where I'll be like, oh, I would have gotten hit by that. That's a crazy mix-up. That kind of thing. I try to do it in a way that like pumps up whoever I'm talking about. But it's a weird way of just, it's the way you phrase it. It's the difference between saying, I would have done this option, or they should have done this option. It's so funny of how a few small wording changes totally changes people's perception of what you say. Yeah, exactly. I do think that there's other things. What's really interesting is there's something that I've really specifically worked on this year that I don't think anyone else has mentioned, but I knew was something I was weak at. And that is, I was not good at selling the final moment of an event, of wrapping up this event has been going on all weekend, and now we're at the culmination, and it's such a big deal. Because I hadn't been there before. I had done top 8s for Rivals 1 tournaments, which let's just flat out say, we're smaller. Smaller audience. The people watching already are in the know. I had done the same thing for PM top 8s. Again, smaller audience. Everyone's in the know. It was Supernova, not this year, but last year, 2024, where we got to the end, and luckily I was able to let Fabs take that away anyways, but I didn't feel like I did a good job of the summation of what Supernova had meant, or the tournament storyline or anything. And that's something that I had done. I had done smaller top 8s. I had done Combo Breaker top 8s, but they were for the smaller games at Combo Breaker. They weren't any of the like plus 400 entrance games, that kind of thing. And so that's something I've worked on a lot, is how am I selling this? How am I selling this in a way that is still true and honest? Because people can tell if I'm just making it up, and I don't want to do that. I mean, that's why at Supernova, the difference of how Supernova 2024 to 2025 felt was so crazy. Because at 2024, I finished and I was like, this was really good and I had a great time and I'm excited, but also I feel like I didn't sell this enough. I feel like I didn't really explain what this new game that's about to come out, and everyone's jockeying for who's going to be number one as it launches, like all of that. Where by the time 2025 came around, and it was Stango finally getting his first victory. Finally getting his first major. He had lost to Plup, and only Plup at EVO, and now he finally cemented it. And I was able to talk about that. And I was able to... sure people noticed. I was tearing up when I was interviewing Stango afterwards, because I sold myself so much on what that tournament meant. I literally started crying after doing that, but I think that may have also been because I was just emotionally exhausted from doing EVO into Supernova. I just found an area and cried for a little bit in one of the back areas at Supernova, because I was mentally and emotionally just wiped. But also all of the emotion from, I just powered through EVO and into Supernova, and it finally hit me of you did it. Both of these weekends are done. You've done the thing. All of your final commentary bucket list goals are done. Oh my god. But that was the difference, was I really intentionally worked on I watched other tournaments for other games and for Rivals, but mainly for other games or even not games. How do they talk about the end of a season, or how do they talk about the end of a big event? I watched people I watched VODs from big games at EVO or at Combo Breaker, and how do they summarize how do they sell the moment, that kind of thing. So that's something I was working on. But I got that feedback, one, from just how I felt, but I also get feedback from other peers. I talk to other commentators, both from Rivals and outside of Rivals. I'm in some group chats, I'm in some different things like that. Twitch chat is garbage at knowing what they want. Nurse in the podcast, I'm going to keep bringing it back because that podcast was the reason that I realized I wanted to talk about this, mentioned that she had heard somebody that specifically was saying, oh, I really love analytical commentary. We need more people who are great at analysis. My favorite commentator is EE. no shade, EE would be the first person to tell you that he's not an analytical commentator. But people don't really know what they want. It's very weird. It's the same thing on YouTube. People will tell me that they want a specific video or they want a specific stream, and then I do that stream idea or that video and no one watches. Because they like the idea of it, and that's very different than actually watching it. When people say they want analysis, they don't usually mean that they want coaching. They usually, like, that level of analysis, they usually mean they want the story of the tournament, is what I've come to realize. You want a little bit of the, like, here's why this mix-up keeps working, or here's why this happens. But, like, if you think back to all of the biggest casting calls from Smash, so many of them are like, Amsa finally does it with Yoshi. Or Mango finally hits, like, gets the final combo to take down a 10 game set against Zane. Like, that kind of thing. It's not, people aren't remembering the, like, oh my god, he hit a 1-frame link to make that happen. That's cool. I honestly think that kind of stuff is better for, like, top 64. Or, like, pools. Because that's where you get the people who are, like, way more dedicated watching. It's just a thing. It's very interesting. Alright. So, I've talked about a bunch of different stuff. If people have questions about any of that, let me know. I've talked about where I'm at now, why I've been saying no to gigs. Oh, hello. Hobbs, Hobbs has been wandering around and then keeps coming back to right out of... He's like... I can't turn this enough. You can see his back there. And just keep whining and wants me to pet him. But he's also sitting maybe a foot further away from my hand. And I don't think he's realized that my arm does not go that far. But yeah, I think for any commentator, I definitely think it is absolutely worth it to have people that check you and that you can get feedback from. Because people don't grow without feedback. I have gotten so much better at specific things because someone mentioned, like, hey, I don't think you knew about this game knowledge well enough. I will specifically ask players what their opinions are on... I'll specifically ask players what their opinions are on certain matchups or why they go for this and not that, because I want to learn more from commentary, not as a player. Is it specifically commentary questions or content ones okay? I think right now we're talking about commentary. It depends on what the content question is. If you've got a content question, I guess let it rip, but it's definitely a commentary talk, and then we'll talk more about content, because I do think content is related to something I'm going to talk about, for sure. Because people are asking me how to grow on commentary, and I do think content is actually a way. Oh, now he's under the desk. All right. Yeah. I fully lost my train of thought, and that's fine. That's fine. I didn't have my ADHD meds for a few days because I was just in between prescriptions. So I finally got back on it today, but I can tell that my body's getting used to it again. One thing that I'm asked a lot, and this was also one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up, is I got a lot of people asking me how to get into doing commentary. I've had people ask me that on Discord. I have people ask me that on YouTube videos all the time. It's probably the one that I get the most. And it feels strange, because my answer is just do it. And that sounds bad. Like, that sounds mean. But it's the same way that I feel about content. I get a lot of people that are like, how do you make a video? And I'm like, well, I structure them in this way, and I do this, and I do that. And then I have slowly stopped immediately going into that kind of stuff. And one of the first things I ask now when someone's like, how do you get into streaming, or how do you do whatever, is I'm like, have you done a stream? Have you made a video? Because you haven't done anything, you just gotta rip it. You just gotta rip the Band-Aid off and do it. It will be bad. It will be bad. The first videos I ever made are bad. They are garbage. But that's how you get there. It's just Nike? Yeah. Yeah. It's just how it works. But I think for commentary, when people say, how do you get into it? There are some more specific answers. If you have a local and your local has a stream, that is the best way to get into doing commentary. There is nothing that is the same as just being in person. If you have a local, but I do think that is a dying breed of getting into comms, which is crazy. When I was new, that's all you could do. You'd had to hope your local had a stream, or you had to provide the stream yourself, and you just had to do it. I will say, there's a big difference between doing local commentary and national commentary. But that's part of navigating that. Is you shouldn't commentate your local like you were practicing for Evo. You should just get used to speaking and how do you work off of a co-commentator. But I could go into specific things about, like, here's how I work with other co-commentators and how I can quickly try to gauge their vibe or their experience, or are they comfortable, or are they anxious? Like, how do I work with each individual person? But if you've never done commentary, all of that's going to go right over your head. If you've got a local, do commentary there. I will say, I know a lot of people that will show up just for commentary. Nobody at my local, but, like, I've seen that happen a lot. I don't like that. I don't think you need to be a good player to do commentary. I don't think that is a prerequisite, but I do think you should know what competing is like. Because I think knowing what it is like to have the fire under you to try to win, or like how heartbreaking a loss can be, I think that matters. I'm not even saying you have to be an active competitor anymore. I don't really compete that much. In fact, this year with Rivals is the most I've competed in a bit, but you still need to know what it's like. I don't think you need to be good. I don't think you need to... competing doesn't need to be your main thing. But you should know, you should have a feeling for it. The other thing you can do if you don't have a local, because a lot of places don't have locals, or especially for Rivals, they don't have locals that have streams, or their locals are really small. Because of that, they don't have it. I know that I'm really lucky that I have a stacked local, and it's on my stream, so it's actually one of the reasons that to go back to an earlier point, so editors, when we turn and listen to video, you can chop this up and bring it back before. Because I have done all of the big events now, I have some stuff on my bucket list still, but I've done all of the big events. I don't have anything, like, new that I can add to my resume. For me, commentating a local or regional does not help me. Unless they're paying me. Like, it doesn't help me with my resume. I'm not going to be putting any of that on my reel. I'm not going to be doing anything like that. So that's one of the reasons that I don't do commentary at my events sometimes, at my, like, local, because I want other people who are more hungry for it. I want other people who they don't get to do all the nationals, for them to be able to check it out and for them to get experience. It's also why I don't apply for online commentary, because I think online commentary is a great way. In fact, some of my biggest breaks in Rivals was online commentary during the pandemic. I'd done a lot of commentary before then. In fact, I'd done national, like, top 16s before then, but that's when I started getting a lot of top 8s. But I did not apply for any of the online RCS events that were recent. And I don't think I'm going to apply for any more. I am more likely to apply for an online commentary thing if it's with a creator. Like, I would totally do a coin box if they do one for Rivals. I would do something like that because I want to be able to share these games with a larger audience. But I want people who don't get the chance to do Rivals comms as much to be able to get some of those spots. And I am very aware that if I don't apply, that opens up some of the spots for other people. And I'm really lucky that I don't need it. Or, I mean, I'll still do stuff that is like with FlyQuest or like with larger orgs or things like that, because, you know, I get paid. But like, that's just kind of how it goes. How do you create chemistry with a co-commentator? Do you have a general process that you follow? I mean, something that Nurse talked about a lot was it is very helpful if you already have a rapport with the commentator. I will always work better with people that I've already worked with. And so for me, that's like, I love working with GPIC, Brosa. I love working with Stude, even though he doesn't do as much Rivals. I would probably take commentating Rivals with Stude over commentating Rivals with a number of other great Rivals commentators, because I just know what he likes and how he talks so much. I know what he wants to do. But I've also done commentary with a lot of other people. I really liked commentating with Fabs. I've liked commentating with a lot of folks. Sometimes it just clicks. But there are definitely spots, even within the last year, where I'm like, oh, I've never done commentary with this person before. It's going to take a set or two for us to kind of get into a general swing. But when I was newer, even like 5 years ago, it would take me a lot longer. There are things that I try to do. If I've literally never casted with someone before and we don't know each other, I will go out of my way to find them at the event and introduce myself. I think just being comfortable talking to each other is huge. So I will very specifically go out of my way to like introduce myself and have like a 30-minute conversation while you're just like standing watching the set happening on the big screen. They're playing it on the big projector. We're just watching, we're hanging out, we're talking just about the game, life, vibes, whatever. I think even 30 minutes of a conversation is huge. There are specific things that I'll do. I will do this with people I know as well, though. This isn't just with new people. But the more professional or high level the event is, the more I will like rely on not just vibes of, I like to, you know, the give and go of, I'm going to stop for a second and let my co-commentator take over, and then they're going to pass it back to me. There are literally like hand signs and different ways to let someone know that are discreet. Like if I am collecting my thoughts, or I can't speak for a second because I'm drinking water. There's often times where I'll be getting a glass of water, or not a glass of water. I'm saying I'll be like drinking out of a water bottle because I just need something. And I will literally be doing this. Because I'm telling them to keep going. Because if they stop and try to pass it to me, I won't be able to talk. Depending on who it is, I will literally like tap like their arm, or sometimes I'll just like put a hand up for, I have a point. Once you wrap up, I'm gonna jump it. There's ways to help with the overlap of both commentators are just talking at the same time. I will say, when it's just a big hype moment and people yell, whatever, it's fine. I do try to pass it off then still too, though. But if both people are talking a little bit because something crazy happened, that's fine. But yeah, there's different things you can do that help smooth things out, even if you don't know each other. There's been a couple times where I'm like, I just have to take the reins because this person feels like they are very uncomfortable right now, or they feel anxious, and so I need to just dictate the pace. I feel like I have a really good sense, though, of like, and it's good ability of how to work with other people. So it's not something that happens all the time. But I do think that's also one of the things that is like the difference between a good commentator and a great commentator is how well they are, or how good they are at being able to work with new people. I did some commentary recently, actually, that I thought was not good. It was I think one of the worst jobs that I've done in a long time. And that was a Street Fighter thing, because I think I had been out of the loop too long. I was not quite as plugged into the current meta as I thought, and my co-commentator definitely picked up on that, and that's fine. I think we still made it work. I think viewers probably didn't get that opinion, but I did. I was like, huh, this was a weaker showing for me. I'm glad that my co-commentator was able to pick up the slack. I mean, they were range. They were like the best in the business at it. So that was a FlyQuest Street Fighter 6. Yeah. I think I was talking about how to get into commentary. But yeah, I think if you got a local, easiest way. After that, do online commentary. It doesn't matter how big the event is, because you're not looking to get commentary in front of an audience. You're just looking to get practice speaking about the games. There are so many people that run online Rivals events that I'm sure would be glad to have you on commentary. Especially if you tell them, like, hey, I'm new. I'm just going to, like, I'm new. Would I be able to do the beginning of top 24 if you're streaming that? You're not, like, asking to do top 8 right away. I also think it really helps to pair people who are new with someone that is more experienced for literally the reasons that I was saying. And online events definitely need commentary. Yeah, not all of them have it, but there's so many online events. Like, I bet I could pull up Twitch right now and find multiple online events for multiple games that I play. It is easier. I feel like doing online commentary is now the local commentary of the old days. I will say, doing online commentary feels so different. Because there's people that I have a great rapport with, that if we're doing commentary over Discord, it feels a little bit more awkward because there's literally lag. There's literal lag. And I remember coming off of the pandemic being like, oh, I did commentary with this person like a couple months ago. I feel like we talked over each other a little bit too much. I was a little bit nervous for it. This was GPIC, actually. I thought we did okay, but like we still talked over each other a bit, everything else. Anytime I see online commentary and people in the comments are like, the commentators keep interrupting each other. It's like, because it's literally over Discord. There's literal lag. And then we did Big House top 8 together, and it was great. And I was like, oh, I'm dumb. That was because of online. But do online commentary. There are the Aether monthlies. There's Hop On. There is Zeeklies. There are so many different online tournaments. Even if it's not a big one, like it doesn't have to be one that's getting a bunch of top players. Just that's a way to get commentary experience. I think I used to hear people that didn't have locals. This is before online events became a thing. That some of the suggestions were like, worst case scenario, find a VOD without commentary on it and just practice. I don't think that's really something. I've never heard about anybody doing that anymore. But I do think online commentary is how you can get experience. And from there, you've got your foot in, you've started doing some commentary. What do you do next? How do you grow? Hop On mentioned? Yeah. Y'all are great. Is how do you grow? And I do think this is a problem for Rivals specifically. Now hear me out. This is more about the state of Rivals commentary in general. I think Rivals commentary is in a weird spot. It's not as bad as it was in Rivals 1. It's still in a weird spot. I think Rivals has a lot of top level to like high level commentators, and then very few mid-level commentators. And then a lot of low level. And I'm trying to be nice about this. I'm not saying like this person's bad at commentary, but just the amount of experience that they have. When I had that much experience, I also was bad. That's not a judgment. It's not like I'm like, oh, they're low level and will always be low level. Like it's no, you just, God, if I listen back to some of my early comms, it would be awful. In Rivals 1, it was even worse. In Rivals 1, I genuinely felt like it was like me, Jackie Peanuts, GPIC, Brosa. And then there was a few other, like, I think we were at the top, and then there was a few other people, like MSB, a few others. And then it just dropped. And I don't think it's that those people were bad, but there's no way for those events, for those people to get practice at events. It is better now because there's a lot more online events that are getting streamed. But I think if you're doing those, you have to go in with, we need to do some level of actual commentary. It can't just be two people shitposting and having a great time on the mic. There's a time and a place for it. But if you go from only... The way I explained it for Rivals 1 is that there was the equivalent of local commentary. Even if it wasn't a local, it was like an online event. And then there was nationals. And Rivals 1 didn't really have a mid-level regional event for people to get experience at. And so if your only time that you'd done commentary was the like local equivalent, where it's way more relaxed, you're having a good time, you're shooting the shit, you're hanging out, and then suddenly you go to a national that has to be like professional, you don't know what it's really hard to bridge that gap. There are now regionals, like we are getting more regionals for Rivals 2 because they're at a lot of Smash things. It's getting better. I think you give it another year and it will be, that problem will have slowly solved itself. But I think we're still living in this level of, in this world of, there's a lot of people who are good at commentary from other games, Melee, Ult, especially those two, that have jumped into doing commentary for Rivals 2. And most of them are really good. I don't know of a whole lot of people that are like low level that are also doing it. I know there are. But because of that, I feel like we're in a spot of our top level is going down further now. There's some people at the top of commentary. There's like a great amount of like, not quite at that same like S tier, but they're really solid. And then we still don't have a lot of like mid-level commentary. And I think you need that. As weird as it sounds to me, like we need mid commentary. It's because we need commentary that you have to have the regional level commentary so that people can get experience and grow. It is not fair to the commentators to see someone go from a local or an online event that gets 20 views to being like, all right, and now you're on stream at Riptide. It's just, you're not going to be able to bridge that gap very well. The vibes are so different. But I think there are spots now. I think between online stuff getting bigger, and then there are a lot more regional events, that's how you grow. You start with online, you apply for regional events, you have your resume, you have your reel, you go from there. I also, as a side note, I think having a reel is really important. This is a hot take. I know people that hate would be much healthier for the scene. What would be much healthier for the scene? The like mid-level commentary? Yeah. If that's what you mean, yeah. It's just funny to say that we need more bad commentary or we need more mid-level commentary. But by that, I don't mean bad. I just mean like we all start somewhere. It's the same way that having regional level events are great for building up players. They're also great for building up talent. They're great for building up like the on-screen, on-mic talent. You wouldn't expect someone to go from only doing locals to suddenly being able to perform on stage at EVO. Some people are crazy and can do it, but it's not the norm. And I think that's the same as commentary. You gotta grow. You gotta get the experience. It is something you just can't fake, really. Yeah, I do think it's getting better. It's also something I've literally talked to Steven, SBS, about. We even within like the last year, 2 years, we do immediate mistake spots to grow our commentators like we do with our players. You're spot on. Yeah, exactly. I got my start at locals, and then I slowly started getting spots at regionals through applying. And then from regionals, I just kept applying for majors, and I eventually slowly started getting spots at majors. You kind of have to get lucky to get your first major spot. But once you get there and you're able to like prove what you're doing, it gets a little bit easier every time. I will say, I think it is so much easier to get those spots in a game like Rivals, or for me, it was like PM, than a game like Melee. I'm still struggling to get... I've done national top 16s and top 8s for Melee, and I'm still struggling to get Melee commentary wherever I... Like, I don't get accepted for Melee commentary at a lot of events. I do have noticed now that a lot more events that are like, oh, well, we want to bring you out for Rivals anyways, and you applied for Melee, so we might as well. I'm like, yeah, you might as well. Please let me do both. But like, I'm doing a lot of more fighting game commentary lately. I've done commentary for Street Fighter. Like I said, I got caught out of my depths on the current meta, and now I'm studying again. I've been playing a lot of 2XKO. I'm doing commentary for that at local stuff. But I'm doing commentary for that at locals and regionals and a couple of online events. I'm not expecting to get a major for Street Fighter. Like, you gotta grow. If I ever do a major for Street Fighter or for 2XKO, it's because I will have grown my way there. I'm not expecting to immediately get there. I do think if you're a big name from another game, or if you got some, like, X factor like that, you are more likely to get there, but it is what it is. I have talked to SBS and Steven about this. I think that Rivals does... It's getting better. I'm interested to see how, like, Genesis goes in a few months. It's crazy that that's in, like, 4 months, but... I think we did too much about getting... How do I explain this? There was times where you would look at... I'm coming back late into the combo, but I was definitely someone that did online comms into doing top 8 and an offline event. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's a lot of times where if you look at Rivals commentary lineups at events like Genesis and Riptide, where there's like 24 people. And then you look at the Melee and ult commentaries, and there's like 6. And it's something I've talked to Steven about. And it's just part of its different philosophy. I think that Rivals has too many commentators, too many casters at some of our big events. At Genesis was the first time I did 2 blocks for Rivals at a Genesis this year. And this is like, I was already doing top 16s or top 8s. And Steven literally is like, yeah, this is the first time I'm doing that. Because he wanted, and this is from a great place, he really wanted to give everybody... I welcome it personally, but yeah, it's definitely not fair to assume someone wouldn't want to do that. Well, so here's my thought on it. Because I think this is good for both, like, experienced and new people. If you have so many people that they each only get to do, like, 1 block, if it's your first time ever doing a major or ever doing offline commentary, because that's what would happen. People had never done offline commentary before, and then suddenly they were on commentary at, like, a Riptide. And they get 1 block, and then they are done. I don't think 1 block is enough time to learn anything. Especially if it's your first event, I don't think you are learning anything from 1 block. I think you are still getting over your nerves then. But it also makes it way harder for our top level people. There's a lot of events that I've said no to because even though the per block rate is fine, I'm like, I need flight and hotel and this rate to make it out. And if you're only putting me on for 2 blocks or 1 block, it doesn't make sense to pay me that rate. It flat out does not make sense. That paying me all of that money to do 1 block would be stupid. I think this is better for both our experienced and our new commentators. I think if you did a, like, here's like 3 or 4 more experienced commentators and then 4 newer commentators, or like up and coming, and those 4 newer commentators got 3 or 4 blocks each, and they got to pair off with each other and with like some of the more experienced commentators, I think they would learn and grow so much more through doing that kind of thing. I also know it's just a personal opinion. I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer here, but like, that's how I feel about it. There's events that I've had to say no to that I would love to go to because they can't afford to hire me, and it does not make sense for them to hire me to only have me on one block. But also, then I look at everything else, I'm like, that person has only ever done one block offline now. And they were with someone else who has also only ever done that one block offline. And I think it would have been better for them both if they could have done more. Like, yes, unfortunately, it's not giving as many people slots. And that sucks. But there's literally no way around it. I think it's something that didn't matter as much for Rivals 1. I do think it was part of the problem for Rivals 1. And it's like how we got to the spot of we have... I don't think it's a surprise. It's not shocking to me at all that when I said I thought the top 4 commentators for Rivals 1 were me, Jackie Peanuts, Brosa, and GPick, which would be a Melee PM commentator, a alt commentator, a Smash 4 commentator, and an alt commentator that all started doing Rivals. It's because we were all able to get experience from other games that were running their commentary that way and then got to transition it into Rivals. I think it was way harder. It was easier to get a spot if you were a homegrown Rivals talent, but it was way harder to get experience if you were a homegrown Rivals talent. I think Akashi is like one of the few people that really started to make a name for themselves because of it. Like, he did a great job with that. It was Akashi and then MSB. Kind of anti, like... I don't know. It's just this weird thing. I think it would be better, especially now that we do have a... It felt like there's less people that even ever wanted to bother doing comms for Rivals 1. Right, which made it crazy that we had 24 people on our commentary lineups. I would get messages from, like, Melee and alt friends that were like, what is going on with the Rivals blocks? That's crazy. I'm like, well, each of them's only getting one block. Like, I'll be at Genesis no matter what, because it's Genesis. I'll be there for, like, content, and I'll be there for other things. But I'm hoping that Genesis isn't quite as rough on that this year. I think I did, like, 1.5 blocks this year, or last year. But I do think now that there is more of there's more online events, there's more locals, there's more regionals, we don't need every single person to get a slot at a major now. Because there just are more events for people to cut their teeth. Alright. I can keep talking. Oh! So say that's you. Say you've been doing your locals. You've been doing just double the number of commentators in the booth that wants to add more people. I'm sure nothing could go wrong. True. Everything should just be quad couch comms. Unironically, I know that was a joke. It is so much harder to do a TriCast than to do a duo. It is so much harder to do a TriCast. If you are really vibing with each other and it's 3 great friends, TriCasts are great. I'm saying this as someone, this is behind the scenes. The event has not been announced yet. I'm currently doing some commentary management right now, and I've been putting together teams. I'm able to do a lot of TriCasts for this event. I'm being really careful with what I do and for who I put people together with, because it is just hard. It is so easy on a TriCast for like one person to kind of get drowned out and it just become like a duo with one other person. In fact, we actually did this at EVO on purpose. I heard some people that were like, yeah, like Dan didn't get to talk a whole lot. And it's like, Dan specifically asked not to talk a whole lot. It was Flambeau and I doing the in-game play-by-play color, like, analysis. And then we would throw to Dan during the breaks. We would throw to Dan between the games and ask him specific questions so that he could give feedback. And when he would say something during the game, we would take a step back. But that was a very intentional thing that, like, Dan himself was like, yeah, I want you two to be the commentary, and I'm like the dev Q&A feedback person that you can throw to. I was like, great, perfect, that works for us. But like, it's very rare that you have a third person who has a specified role like that. Yeah, how do you grow? How do you go from doing locals to be doing bigger events? I actually really liked that commentary. I thought it was great, but that might be a Dan thing. I mean, I've heard Dan has been way more active in commentary before, and it hasn't gone as well. I just think it's not his strong suit, and that's fine. That's why when we found out that Dan was going to be on top 8 with us, we had like a good strategy. And when Dan was the one who suggested, he's like, I want to take a step back. I am not a commentator, but I want to be able to be here to like answer questions and support the game. It's like awesome. That gives us a really good way to like format this. Yeah, so you're doing all of this. How do you grow? How do you go from doing locals to doing regionals? How do you go from doing regionals to doing nationals? This is going to be a little bit more general, not just rivals. Because like I said, rivals is a little bit weird for it. Honestly, the biggest thing is just being available. Some of my first blocks that I got at national stuff, or like bigger blocks at national stuff, was because I was there. They were like, hey, this person got sick and we need a backup. Are you able to go on? Yeah, I can do it. Which is why, like, I am really lucky that right now I can pick and choose what events I go to. At the time, I was just going to stuff anyways. I'm not saying go to an event just in case you can be a backup, but there was a bunch of events that I got where I knew that I was one of the backups, and a couple of them I got it, and I was on for a couple sets, and I was able to put that block on my resume, and then I moved from there. One of my first large Melee blocks was online, and it was because Vish made top 24 at an online event. And so they were like, hey, Wisely, we really like your commentary in pools yesterday. Can you hop on to do top 24 until Vish is out? It's like, yeah, absolutely. I had events that they were like, well, you're already here for Rivals, or you're already here for PM. Do you want to do Rivals now? Do you want to do Melee now? It's like, yep, I can do it. Like, just being available. It is shocking how important just being a good person and treating other people's time with respect is. The number of commentators that I've seen that are just late, that show up late to their blocks, that miss whatever, and it is purely a, like, hey, we're not going to hire this person again because we don't know if this is a job. You are working with other people. You're not going to hire someone that's, like, always 20 minutes late. And that word gets around. Broadcast teams definitely talk to each other. That's just great life advice, yeah. But, like, being nice to the broadcast teams, being nice to TOs, things like that, it's very funny. Great ways to get commentary blocks. Build your resume in Reel. It doesn't need to be fancy. Just having a resume in Reel for commentary puts you a step above everybody else. Your resume, like my resume now, I'll show it on stream quick. My resume now is a little out of date. It doesn't have anything from this year on it yet. But I'll show you what it looks like. Here, I made a visual resume, and I will just type this up at other events too. Like, I will just do like a typed version of this at events, because like that's usually what they want. But I have this like under my pins tweet on Twitter. Why isn't it showing? One sec. Please show the right screen when I hit this button. It's not going to. I know it's not going to. It never does. Oh, there we go. All right, it did. So, like, this is a little different because it also includes, like, brands I've worked with. Just, like, Run the Mix, Beyond the Summit, when they were still around, Off-Brand Games, whatever. Oh, that's too big. Let's go back. But on this, I have Rivals, Melee, other general fighting games. I used to have PM on my resume. I'll be honest, I took PM off of my resume so I could fit more Rivals and Melee on it. And because I'm now at a point where I can just show up at PM events and probably commentate top 8, which is I mean, I have to apply ahead of time, but I have to do that. But you don't need this. I have here highest level commentated national top 8s, highest level commentated national top 12s. I be on the summit. Yeah, I still keep it on there because people recognize it. Miss them. Doing a summit is the one thing on my commentary bucket list that I will never be able to accomplish. That was the one thing. I have a couple things on my bucket list. I want to do a Sunday Genesis block. I think this might be the year. I have no idea. I think I've got a chance. I want to do a Sunday Genesis block. I want to do Melee at Genesis. I've still never done Melee at Genesis. I want to commentate Combo Breaker from one of the main stages where you're in the crowd, but none of the games I do have been big enough. So that one's going to take a while if I ever get that. But that's really about it. I'm incredibly lucky that I'm now at a spot where my bucket list is just, I want to do a specific block at that event. Or I want a specific desk at that event, and not, I need to do that event at all. I can't think of an event I haven't done. It's just like, oh, well, I've never done Melee at Genesis, but I have done Rivals. Or I've done a top 8. I've just never been a Sunday top 8. But, like, if yours is just, like, I did this weekly, and it doesn't need to be a graphic, it can just be written up, but, like, I did this weekly, and I did this regional. I did this online event. Like, when I update this, I'm gonna put FlyQuest on the Street Fighter and fighting game thing. I'm gonna include 2XKO on there. I'm gonna add Twitch Rivals and, like, a bunch of stuff to the other games. Yeah, yours doesn't need to be this. If you just have a list of the things you've done, and the other thing that events will ask for is they will ask for either a VOD or a reel. The VOD, if you do it, you need to really timestamp who is talking at what time so they know which person you are. It doesn't matter if it's really rudimentary. I think you should make a reel. Make a reel and keep it less than 3 minutes. I've seen way too many, like, 10-minute reels. Think of it like a pop song. No one wants a 10-minute pop song. If you're out listening to the radio, you're like flipping through the radio. You need the thing that catches your attention. There's a lot of discussion on what makes a good reel. Like, I think a good reel, my reel specifically highlights multiple games on purpose. I want it to cover all of the games that I've done, or that I'm looking for gigs for. I also specifically have some spots that are analysis, some spots that are hype, some spots that are, like, more the, like, I'm just generally talking about the event, or I even have some where I'm segueing to the ad read, with that kind of thing, because I'm trying to show all of the things that I feel good at, and that I think are my strong suits. Like, some are hype, some are funny, some are whatever, because I want the tournament to know what they're hiring me for. But, like, my original reel was not good. It was basic. It was mainly regionals with a couple PM nationals. But I remember I did CEO Dreamland in 2019. It was one of my first big breaks. It was also, or it was 2020. It was also, or whatever. It was literally, like, the week that COVID hit the US. So I shouldn't have gone, but I did. All right, because COVID was, like, a thing, and then by the time that weekend was wrapping up, we were like, oh, none of us should be here. We were like, it's overseas, but, like, it'll take a little bit to get here, and then by the time the weekend is done, it's like, oh, it's not overseas anymore. It's here. Uh-oh. But I was told directly by Jabali, or Tong, I think it was, who did the commentary hiring for that. He's like, you had a reel. The caller is inside the house? I don't know what you mean by that right now. I know what the saying means, but, like, it wasn't that the reel was good. Oh, COVID is the caller? Yeah. It was one of those weeks where it was, if we knew how bad COVID was going to be and how fast it was going to spread before the weekend, we wouldn't have gone. If we knew what we knew by the end of the weekend, we wouldn't have gone, kind of thing. That was a very surreal event. But that was one of my first big breaks, and it was, he's like, yeah, you had a reel, And that shows effort. It doesn't even need to be good. It shows that you care. I remember I heard somebody once say, they're like, this is when commentary highlight reels were a bigger deal. When like, oh my God, huge name drop here. Mott if you remember that. When Mott was making like Scar and Toph top 8 highlights, or like Ludwig and Slime commentary from this event highlights, because it was just funny. And I remember somebody was like, I'm never going to make a reel for myself. If I'm good enough, someone will make one for me. That person never commentated a national. They never grew beyond doing regionals. It was it's cringy to put in the effort to talk about yourself on this. I'm like, no, I want a job. I want the gig. Guy who cares about their commentary enough to put in the work versus the person who maybe does it just because they're there. Yeah, I mean, it's also the people that are like, oh, I love doing commentary. I'm like, are you studying your VODs later? Which I don't always study my VODs. I'll be real. Sometimes. I try to. But it's the, like, it doesn't need to be good reel. It just needs to exist. Because people will notice that you've put in the effort to make it. All right, one sec. I'm gonna hide this again. And they're like, yeah, I mean, if your reel is like bad, if it's like actually bad commentary, I wouldn't do one local and then make a reel. But if you've put in some time and some effort, make a reel. You've done some locals, you've done an online event. I mean, you don't need to do it, and you don't need a reel for regionals. You do need a reel for like starting to apply for nationals. And what's funny is that some people, like I know Zane, Ipengu Zane, does not like reels. And he is the person who is hiring for Genesis. But like, you still gotta have one. It's this very funny dichotomy. But yeah, you put in, the way to grow in commentary is you gotta be available, gotta build a resume or reel. And here's the other one, and here's the kicker that kind of sucks actually. From Bobby Dog. Hey, Wisely, what you say lines up with my experience in TV and other shows. You live or die by being reliable and dedicated. Actions are better than words. Yeah. Yes. There's people that I know that are, unfortunately, like, broadcast have been like, yeah, this person's just not reliable. They sometimes drink too much the night before, or they sometimes are 15 minutes late and we needed to start. The more that happens, the less gigs they get. It's one of the reasons why when people are like, oh my God, I can't believe this person keeps getting hired. I can't believe that guy keeps getting gigs. And it's like, you know why they do? It's because the team likes working with them. Even if you don't think they are the best of the best at commentary, what if they are so much easier to work with than the person who is the best of like that kind of thing? They might be easier to work with. We can trust them. It's broadcast work, it's show business, it's not influencer culture getting Twitch clipped. Yes. I do think influencer culture and Twitch clipping is, unfortunately or fortunately, part of getting some of the biggest gigs, especially in Ultimate and Melee. But getting your foot in the door, that's the broadcast work. That's the show business. That is how you prove that you are reliable and that people should keep hiring you. Speaking of drinking, I'm really proud of how much Mango's improving himself. Getting that temp ban seems to have literally saved his life. Dude, I don't watch Mango all that often. I'm so happy to see all that as well. I am so happy that he is like clearly put in effort. Because I was really scared that we were going to see like a temp ban and that he was going to come back and it was going to start going back to the same old, same old. I am so happy for him. And I'm really happy that he didn't he was very aware. He didn't try to push himself to get back in right away. He took time off. He took longer than his 10th ban just to like work on himself. It's still rarely weird to see Mango off of Cloud9, and he's no longer going to be at Ludwig events, and he's no longer that's a big deal. But I'm so happy with the effort that he's put in. It's a continual process. But so here's the other side of the double-edged sword. It's not influencer culture. That is a way to get your foot in the door. Flat out. One of the best ways that you can start getting hired for more things, you can't only do this. Maybe you'll get like one or two people who are like, you know what, let's give him a shot. But one of the best ways that you can get your foot in the door further is by doing something that isn't commentary. I think if I was starting right now and my goal wasn't to be a good commentator, but my goal was to get a major as fast as possible, I would start a YouTube channel. If I was a brand new person and I was just like, what is the fastest way that I can start doing commentary at a major for whatever your game of choice is, I think you start a YouTube channel like TikTok Shorts. You got to know what you're talking about. Like your stuff has to be about the games, but like very, very genuinely, it is a, if you are doing some sort of public speaking about the game you're doing, you're probably more likely to get hired for stuff. I'm not saying it's the best way. I'm not saying it's the way you're going to get the most improvement as a commentator, but I do think that if you're like, how do I speedrun this? That's what I would do. To be frank, it's worked for me. I started as a commentator, or a player and commentator, or actually I started as a TO and player, and then commentary came later, but like, I was really intentional on making content when Rivals 2 came out. One, I already was doing a little bit of like very rudimentary YouTube stuff. That's like when I started taking it way more seriously. But I'm not gonna lie, I noticed that I started getting hired more when I started doing more YouTube stuff because more people were seeing what I was talking about. I think if I only did the YouTube and I wasn't also proving myself as a commentator, it wouldn't have worked as well. But I think that is absolutely why I went from being one of the top people in Rivals 1 to being like, if someone is doing a Rivals event that is they mainly know Smash or they mainly know fighting games, I get asked about it. People DM me. And I think it's because of the spot I put myself in. People know who I am. If they know who you are, they're more likely to hire you. I know Flambeau and I have both talked about this. If you went from literally, I've never done commentary before, to like, how do you get hired for a large event? It's probably not by doing locals. It's probably by doing like TikTok or doing YouTube or doing something, some sort of content creation. I also don't think it's streaming. I think it is the YouTube or like video, not live. Like, I do think that being known for other stuff is a big part of it. You just become a known face, which, like, yeah, makes sense. Right. I do, like, I am not surprised that Zeke has gotten some commentary gigs because he is knows the game super well as coaching, and is a, like, constant face on Twitch. YouTube is a persistent medium. Streaming goes in one ear and out the other in a way. Oh, yeah, 100%. It's why I've, especially after my car crash, I'm specifically trying to do like 1 to 2 streams a week for a little bit. I will say there's something coming up where I'm going to be streaming a bunch, but 1 to 2 streams a week, and I want to focus a little bit more on building up the YouTube again. Before, I think I let the YouTube just turn into like just more stream highlights instead of written stuff. That's kind of besides the point. I've seen you post the beardless with hair, young wisely. Yeah, it's messed up. No one should have to see that. I should not relegate people to that. The engagement's great, but it's incomplete. Yeah. Rivals also so small, we have an opportunity for good creators to become regular base. Dude, I am super well known in Rivals now. People will like literally be like, yeah, Wisely's the biggest content creator in Rivals. I have 10,000 subs on YouTube, which is a lot. And I'm like, that's crazy to think about. 10,000 subs is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Every day for the first 6 months of the year, hitting a long goal help me rethink. Yeah. Yep. It is funny though, because I do YouTube and stream and a few other things, I will have top players asking me questions, and I'm like, dude, I've never talked about that in a video. I'm like, I am making stuff about mid-level things so that new people are able to learn it. Or I'm making stuff about the game in general so that someone who's brand new comes into it. I'm not making content that is about how, like, a Grandmaster player should be working in a specific situation, because I'm not good enough for that. That's a Zeke thing. That's a, whoever. I am learning. There's some stuff I can talk about. It's just really funny when someone will be like, yo, how does this specific niche interaction work? I'm like, I didn't know you could do that. The easy example is 2 years ago at Genesis. ZB won Genesis during the pre-release tournament, and then asked me later that day how Craig's command grab worked, how the cargo throw worked. I was like, I don't know, you just won Genesis with it. I've made a video about the game. That's it. At that time, I'd made like 2 YouTube videos. It was very funny. Yeah, I think, like, being a known person just helps for commentary. As try as you might, it is in the same way that it is impossible to be a full-time just player for any platform fighters. Because, like, even the best Melee players still have to stream. They still have to do YouTube. They still have to do Twitch or, whatever to make this a career. They can't just win tournaments. In a weird way, I think it's the same thing with commentary. Not even the career, but, like, it will help your commentary if you're doing other stuff. There are contradictions to that, obviously. There's a lot of people who don't do those things. Like Stewed in Melee, like there's others. But like Waff started getting his stuff through his doing YouTube first. Sajam started as a YouTuber before he did commentary. Like, there's a lot of folks who have done that. Smash 6 will bring back sponsors. Ult is just too old. Right, but Smash 6 will only bring back sponsors for Smash 6. I feel like Melee not has run its course. I think Melee will always be there, but every time there's a new game, a wave of excitement, like people learn about Melee through that, but I don't think we're ever going to get back to like 2017 days. I would love to be wrong. I would love for Melee to pop off again. But I also don't know how much like Smash 6 coming out probably won't bump Rivals. What do you think is the most valuable thing a commentator does generally? I think it is knowing what your job is as a commentator. A lot of people think that the commentator's job is to analyze and explain the situations and explain the gameplay that's happening on the screen. And that is part of it. But your job as a commentator is to, one, be entertaining. You are trying to add to the broadcast. If the broadcast is better with you being muted, then you shouldn't be on the mic. So you're trying to be entertaining, but you're also just trying to, like, my goal on a broadcast is to get other people to know why I love this game so much. Whether it is Melee or Rivals or 2XK or whatever. And I can share that love through talking about the interactions of the game, talking about the mechanics, talking about the reads, talking about, that crazy play that happened, the combos. I can get that through talking about the people. I can get that through talking about the storyline of the event itself. Your goal, too many people are like, I just have to talk, if I miss that talking about this ledge dash, or if I miss talking about this frame data, or if I miss talking about why he chose to do that forward air right there, you've missed the point. Anytime I see a comment that is like, oh, but he didn't see that this player did this crazy tech at this spot, it's like, sometimes I did see it, and I just decided not to talk about it, because I was in the middle of saying something that I think is more important. Your goal is to bring more people in and to share that excitement and to, like, get, whether it is, if I'm doing pools, I'm way more likely to be making jokes and talk about the vibe of the event and that kind of thing, because it is really about the love of the game, that why we're there. If it's top 8, it's, the storylines that led up to this. And I will talk about the games and the analysis, but that's not the goal. The goal and the point of a commentator isn't... The point of commentary isn't to describe the gameplay the best. The point of commentary is to describe the community. It's to describe the love of the game the best. And sometimes gameplay is the reason. I think with the new Smash game, it's going to be so much more important to explain the basics, like everyone watching is a noob too. You definitely did that at the start of Rivals 2, which way a correct approach. I did. That was a very intentional thing at the start of Rivals 2. That was a very intentional thing at the start of Rivals 2, was me being like, every character has a way to control the stage with their element. Every character. This is what fire do. This is what this thing is, because I just had to assume that no one knew what they were doing. And then after I did a couple of those, I started doing more normal commentary again. I did get people that are like, Wisely keeps dumbing down all of the commentary. I'm like, I'm not doing commentary for you. I'm doing commentary for the 10,000 other people that are watching Hungrybox's stream. I'm doing commentary for all the people watching Void stream before Void did play the game. Like, it's very funny when people are like, Wisely is just talking about the basics or interrupting too much. It's like, I'm doing this all on purpose. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so glad. Yes, yeah. I am super excited that Hungrybox is self-funding or community funding Coinbox. I went from like, I did some of the coin boxes before when it was crypto. I always felt weird about it. I was really glad that one of the things when you did commentary at Coinbox is that he never required the commentators to do the sponsor plug. But if I'm on a Coinbox now, and I can plug like, hey, if you join this, you get to vote on the next game, I'll gladly do those. I'll gladly do those plugs. Yeah, I think you're right, it was Coinbase. If I had to shill for Coinbase itself, I would have been a lot more uncomfortable. I think I did that once before crypto was as fully understood, when like Beyond the Summit had a Coinbase sponsorship. But yeah, I think that it's exciting. If you don't know, Hungrybox it's going on right now. If you don't know, Hungrybox is doing Coinbox, and they're doing every other week is alt, normal, and then the in-between weeks, there's going to be Melee, I think doubles? No, Melee, and then like a voted one. And I think the voted one, I want to see Rivals get in there. I want to see Rivals, and I want to see 2XKO get in there. Whoever is one of the whales for the self-funded Coinbase, please vote for Rivals 2. Let me get on the mic. Let me do that. Sponsorship is such a double-edged sword. Yeah. Yup. And Coinbase is like one level of it, but I've talked to people that have done EWC commentary. I get it. It is the biggest double-edged sword. I'd still shill for Raid Shadow Legends since it's not morally wrong. Yes. EWC is morally wrong. I've had the thought experiment of what would it take for me to do EWC in Riyadh. I'm sure there's a dollar amount where I'd be like, yeah, I'm funded for life, I guess. It is literally the how do I say no, they drove a truck of money up to my house meme. And from what I've heard about the amount of money they've been giving people for that, unfortunately, there's some element of like, that's crazy. I get how it's hard to say no. That's how they get you? Yeah. When they are giving 5 figures, the bad-to-bad ratio, yes. I mean, I still think it's bad, but I'm also, in a weird way, lucky that I'm not in a spot like... Melee is never going to be at it. Rivals is way too small, but like... I've heard some of the numbers. And I don't know what I would do. I want to say that I wouldn't do it. But dang, if they offer me $60,000 to go do 1 week, or to do 4 days of commentary, which I know is lower than what they pay some of them, you can't say no to that? All I know is that I know someone that said yes to EWC, and I know that it was 50 grand. And I also know that they took a lower deal because they didn't want to be... They could have been paid more if they were willing to do the actual ad reads. And they could have taken more. And they said, no, I will do the event, but I am not willing to do any of the ad reads for the Saudi prince. And so the 50 grand was the low number. That is what I know. And it's like, damn. I want to say that my morals... I want to say that I have strong morals. It'd be great to instantly be out of debt and make more than I have made at some previous jobs. A lot of people are just not in a position to say no. It's potentially life-changing money. It's why I don't like that fighting games are part of this. I think it's amazing that Sajam has literally been like, yeah, I said no to them. I'm not doing that because he makes enough where he can't, or we can do that. But I also I know people that have done it, and I'm be like, yeah, I get it. You don't make Sajam money. We can talk about morals all we want. That's what kids do college money. That is, I have now paid for my next year of living money. Sometimes it's a question of whether to be someone else filling the seat who will buy a Porsche. Yeah. It is why, like, people talked about the comedy festival that was there, and it's like, all these comedians already make a lot of money. All these comedians are already millionaires. This isn't... I'm sure it's a lot of money. It's not... like, ooh, you bought a second house. Cool. You already had 2 houses. Sorry, you bought a shed for your second one. All right. You bought a third Porsche. Fine. That is a, like, no, you could have said no. You didn't need that extra money. That was not life-changing money for you. Craziest one was Bill Burr, since this entire thing was shitting on billionaires. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, you already had that kind of money. If there was a comedian that was like, oh, I didn't think I'd get invited, and this is literally more than I made in my last 3 years of touring combined. Like, dang, I get it. It sucks, but I get it. Yep. Second is an understatement? Yeah. I forget how I got on. I think we were just talking about sponsors and ad reads. I have no respect for anybody that already has the money and still takes gigs like that. Yes. Wait 1 second. I have a friend that's DMing me with all caps. So I want to respond to them. I was just watching a report on Sudan and its crushing. Oh, I would... if I took that kind of gig, I would feel awful. I would not feel good. That is a, how do you sleep with yourself at night? I don't know if I can. But it's also the, like... for me, that is life-changing amount of money. So I don't know if I... like, I don't know. And that sucks to say, like, I don't know. Sleep is for the weak anyways. That's a dark way to say that. Anyways. Okay, wait. Oh my god, one of my friends might be moving like 20 minutes away from me. I hope this is true. Oh wait, this might not be moving. This might be traveling through. I should probably read. I'm gonna tell them I'm live on stream right now and cannot talk. And I will talk later. Tell them we say hi. I will. The friend is Artemis. It was the main TO for Mile High Club. The TO for Mile High Club, which they are in bigger Mile High Club, which were like the 2 biggest PM events for the 2 years that those happened. I did top 8s at those. Trying it all back to commentary. There we go. There we go. I have a wife, so I have to take that into consideration with making decisions. I can't say no to that. Yeah. Yep. All right. I talked about feedback. Oh, I have notes, but I also was kind of rambling. I have checked off a lot of items. I've talked about how to grow, which is be known for other things, but also get your foot in the door. Just be a nice person. All of that. People don't know what they want. They think they want analysis and they don't. Feedback works. You talk about, oh yeah, when I said that I got the feedback of talking about myself too much. Also that I get my feedback from peers and not from chat. The only time I get my feedback on streaming, or not on streaming, on like commentary from chat is Mile High Club is a crazy name for a major. It's in Colorado. It's Mile High City. And it's a PM event, which is kind of like an underground club. I don't know what you could possibly be meaning. That doesn't seem crazy to me. That is a perfectly logical name. Also, it's just a great event. But yeah, I think getting your feedback from Twitch chat and YouTube is bad because everyone's just gonna be really critical and not have actual feedback. That's why it took me so long to like take into consideration some of those things, because it was like, all right, I've heard this feedback from multiple people in multiple ways. Now I can do this. Reddit's the worst place for feedback. Well, I just don't look there. Same with like, I'm not in the major Rivals subreddit, or not subreddit. I'm not in the major Rivals Discord, like the main one. I used to be, and then one person tagged me and was like, oh my god, I didn't realize you were actually here. But also, like, every once in a while I'd see like just the weirdest take about my own content or my own commentary that I'm like, you know what, if this person really wants to say this, they can type it into my YouTube comments, they can find me on Twitch, they can do whatever. I don't need to go and seek out. Like, the day that I found myself name searching in the Rivals Discord, it was like, nope, I'm leaving this. This is terrible for my mental health. Most people were fine too. I did get one person who, especially the warm events, you know, it's in Florida or it's in wherever, I'll wear a lot of like tank tops with I'll wear a tank top with like a more flowy shirt. It's part of the style that I like. And one person was like counting how many tournaments that I was wearing tank tops at, and it was very weird. They were like, another tournament where I can see Wisely's chest hair, and I'm just like, I feel uncomfortable with this. I don't want anybody to be talking about me in that way. I couldn't even tell if it was a positive or a negative thing. I was just like, ooh, I feel very uncomfortable. I'm not just your eye candy. I don't even know. I think they might have disliked it. I just didn't like that. It's great. Yeah, it is great. It is great. I am wearing my Evo +1 frame shirt right now. Character discords are so cool. The main one is so whack. I'm just not a Discord person. I'm in a lot of Discords out of necessity. I don't check half the ones I'm in. I'll be real, that's the reason I don't talk even in my own Discord all that often. +1F couldn't be Tekken. It is a Street Fighter. They are +1F or +1 Frame is a Japanese streetwear group that does a lot of Street Fighter, now collabs, but like started with a Street Fighter thing. And so this was the first time that they sold their merch or sold any of their stuff in the US was at Evo. So I was like, I have to get it right away. It is, they do like the super boxy fits. I love this. got that. I think in the back it also has, yeah, it has the embroidery. I like fashion, I like streetwear, and the fact that it was like, ooh, this is an exclusive, like, Japanese streetwear company that has never sold their stuff in the US before. It's only here. I'll get it. It's so hot in the cities they have these events. Yeah. I was just like, it was like after a Platt fight, and I was like, it was in Florida. What did you want me to do? It was 90 degrees out. What did you want me to do? I was like, I wasn't just a tank top. It was a tank top with like a flowy shirt over the top. I thought I was looking stylish. I think I was. In fact, I know I was. I looked great. It was just very weird. I also, as a side note, it's the same thing. I don't take comments about style and fashion from people that are not willing to post. It is literally a thing in the, like, fashion communities. There's a saying that's talk shit, post fit, which is, if you are going to trash talk someone's outfit, you'd better be willing to post your own. Even if you're like, hey, I'm wearing pajamas right now, but like, this is what I wore yesterday. And I'll be real. I think my fashion game is it's pretty good. It's all right. I am better dressed than 95% of the people at Smash tournaments. At any platform fighter event. I think Rivals got some good ones. PM's got some good ones. Like, PM and Rivals have a little bit of a higher, but it's also, lower. And so, unless someone is willing to be like, I don't, like, oh, Wisely's wearing that fit. Unless they're willing to be like, and this is what I'm doing now, I don't care. I don't care. I usually wear dress shirts or polos. I never get to wear that at work. Yeah. You get me hating from outside the club. It's not even outside the club. Even if they post a fit that I'm like, you know what, that's not great, but at least you were willing to do one. But like, I was not good at style and fashion when I started doing all of this. All right, we've talked about feedback. I get my feedback from like group chats. I will say, it is sometimes nice to get feedback from someone that you trust and respect in commentary that isn't a commentator. What's up, nurse? We've talked about you a lot today. Got school soon? How do you have school soon? Time zones. What time zone? Want to say your videos always rock? Yeah. I mean, so nurse, the reason I said we talked about you a lot is because I started thinking about a lot of this from watching not the most recent Caster Curse, but like at the time it was the most recent when you uploaded on YouTube, before I realized that you were uploading a bunch and that I was not caught up. But I watched the Caster Curse from specifically the one where you did like Evo and Supernova recaps, because I was like, hey, I did those, I'm curious. And then you talked about commentary a bunch at the end. And so there's just been a few times where I'm like, either Nurse or Zeke brought up XYZ and here are some of my thoughts, or here's what I was saying. I'm trying to remember specifically the ones where I mentioned you. I brought up your story about people don't actually know what they want for commentary. I really loved the story when you were saying that the person who's like, oh, I love analytical commentary. I wish more people did analysis. My favorite commentator's EE. And I was like, EE would be the first person to say, I am not an analytical commentator. Because I hear that all the time. And I think when people say that they want analysis, like, out of the people on that podcast, like Zeke or you, especially Zeke because of coaching, would be able to be like, here is why this micro interaction works, whatever. No one wants that on commentary. They say they do. They don't. They want the story of the event, and sometimes you could use gameplay to explain the story, but they want that. They don't want... But there are different styles. I think Ubel is really good at analysis, but I think he shines, or they shine when it is like the like when he works with House of 3000 and they have the iPads. Ubel is a wizard with being able to do all of the rewinding and being able to do all of the, like, here is the telestrator. I'm going to highlight on here why this interaction worked. But even Ubel will wait until after the match to talk about some of that. You have to give people the analysis bits that are wrapped up in the charismatic package. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even try to do any of that at Supernova. I fully was like, if we do any of that, that's all you. I'm going to mess up the iPad. But that's why they also brought Ubel to do the 2x KO, the first attack, which I thought was dope. I was super excited for them. But you have to, there's times and places, I fucked with it heavy at Gommel. Yeah. I was trying to remember Gommel. Yes. For the text, it goes, there isn't enough time in mid-match. And that's something that Zeke mentioned, that I had talked about before too, was that, like, the pace of play is why people are talking, they're explaining what's going on, they're doing this, they're doing that, and then suddenly the big moment happens and you miss it. And that's why people often do play-by-play. And I was explaining that. That's something I was actually working on, like, last year. It is something I actively was trying to improve on, not for the other way around. I didn't think I was doing too much play-by-play, but I wasn't. I was trying to find a way to wrap up what I was doing faster so that I could do, like, all right, I'm telling the story of how Cake Assault has gone through all of these people through losers, and this is finally the moment, and oh, I missed the kill. And my answer to that finally was, I'm not trying to wrap it up. I am just in the middle of the sentence. I am just immediately going to start reacting to the big moment. And that's how I started working on that. Because that was one of the few things that I was getting consistent feedback of, like, Wisely isn't excited enough or hyped enough. It's like, I am. It's just not. It's that I'm missing certain things. And so that was especially at EVO and Supernova, were two, like, big events where I really wanted to make sure I wasn't neglecting to hype up the exciting moment. People want you to treat it like a wrestling match. I also think that it needs to be real. I think we have all heard times where the commentary is just yelling, and it's like, hey, this is game one of two people that have never played each other before in pools. There is no reason for us to be yelling like this right now. Earnestly, it is just not that exciting. People can tell when people are faking it. Yeah. I talk about it a lot as commentating for the clip. It is one of my biggest pet peeves. There is a difference between anytime you hear me scream, it's for the love of the game. Same. I actually, at Supernova, and I think at EVO, I almost passed out. I literally had a moment where I was yelling because of how much stuff was going on, and I was like, oh, I'm lightheaded. I have never had that before. And I was like, oh no. Commentating for the clip is a very funny way of putting it. Yeah. It is and I'm not even saying that canned lines. Every once in a while you'll hear someone, I'm like, oh, you practiced that. You were waiting for a moment to say that line or whatever. But I'm going to turn this into a clip by reacting or by making this big joke or by doing whatever versus just letting it come out naturally. People can tell. And it really bugs me. That actually does kind of feed into one of the things I was going to mention next. We had just talked about feedback and that kind of stuff. Commentary styles. And I think it's really interesting now that Nurse is in chat as well. I usually, within like 1 or 2 sets, can immediately tell what game the commentator came from in Rivals. Wait, I have an ad? All right, I'll wait. You could be subbed. You could just be subbed. Or everyone else could sub. One of the two. I don't know how that would help you. But. Is Rod giving me a hard time because I said... I remember I didn't see it, but I remember you talked about it in the... You probably can't hear a thing I'm saying. Sure. Whatever. I'll wait for Nurse to say something again. I'll wait. Just the back and forth helps. I'm doing my part. Oh, thank you. Wait, did you just sub? Or were you sub before? I didn't get a notification. I think you were subbed before, but either way, thank you. Thank you. Last stream, I think. Well, that was a week ago. That's fine. Oh my god, everyone's subbed. What's going on? Holy crap. We had like 4 different unique people that were all chatting and subbed. When I only have like 20 subs, that's a big percentage. You can now use your Prime sub on mobile? Really? I didn't know that. Nurse not being a sub? It's fine. I was giving her a hard time. It's fine. I don't need someone to actually sub for that reason. That's dumb. No, I was saying that I feel like I can almost always tell within like usually one set, but like 1 to 3 sets, what game someone started in Rivals, if they're doing Rivals commentary. There's such a big cultural difference between people who started from Melee and people who started from Ultimate. And I feel like most Rivals commentators that like just came from Rivals are also like, usually they're somewhere in between. I feel like it usually ends a little bit more on the alt side. People who started from HDR. Are there people who started commentary from HDR? Please be real. Not like, oh, HDR is your main game, but like it started from HDR. No, I don't think so. Okay. I can't think of a single person that is I know people that are PM commentators, but I don't know people that are HDR commentators. I technically come to Smash 4 tournaments if anyone asks. Well, so, I mean, the Melee commentary tends to be a lot more narrative. Melee commentary, the Scar Toph example, which I know actually Nurse and Zeke talked about, they will just philosophize on like what Melee means as a concept and why it is this ethereal game for half the set, and everyone's like, God, this is the best thing ever. And if you did that in an ult tournament, people would hate you and never want you on the mic again. I do think that ult kind of goes the opposite way sometimes. Ult's very play-by-play, but also ult gets like stand-up comedian heavy, which Melee does too. But Melee commentators that are more, I think of the like Chroma, Jake Spear, Mikey, like, so the cheat, like some of those folks who I love working with, they're willing to run a bit for like the entire game. They'll also talk about the match and then bring it back to the bit. Where the ult is more of the like, I've got a punchline and I'm gonna say the punchline and then we're back to the match, or then the match is over. And that is just a stylistic difference. I started with Melee, so I prefer the Melee thing. The one thing that I do get annoyed at, Melee casting as a whole heavily takes influence from Scar and Toph, where ult takes heavy inspiration from EE, TK, and Coney. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I do think, I have gone on record of saying this, I haven't heard him do this in a while, so maybe it's not true anymore. I do think that pound for pound, like, despite everything I'm saying now, I think Coney is the best commentator in either Smash game. At least he was like 2 years ago. I just haven't heard him do much commentary recently. I think it's like that. I really like Vish. I really like Stewed. Like there's a lot of people, but like Coney's amazing. But I think Coney weaves in between, like, everyone else will do the bits, whether it is the long extended bits of Melee or the quick jokes of ult. And Coney will do all of that, but will also always wrap it all back and like bring it back. The thing that I get is, and you hear this, I don't think it's usually a problem with like TK, EE, and Coney. I feel like EE sometimes goes into this too much. Is I think that has led to the casting for the clip. And I think that's why that is a bigger problem with people who started from ult. or alt commentary in general, because they hear the big punchline or the joke that punctuated the final moment of a set, and they're like, oh, I want to do that. And I hear, if I listen to an alt commentary block versus a melee commentary block, I hear so many more like meme references. And I think some of it's just age. Alt is just a younger game. But it is this... I feel... Who was it that I was talking to? It was one of the melee folks. People also heavily underestimate how important it is that EE and TK have a ton of rapport. Yeah, we talked about rapport earlier. We talked about like building up rapport, why duos are important, but also ways to build up rapport quickly that they're not going to get you to the TKEE level, but like if I've never worked with someone before and I know we have a block coming up, I will specifically go out of my way to find them at an event so that I can just talk with them for like half an hour. If I have any chance, I will be like, hey, let's just talk. Let's like watch the game that's on the Jumbotron, that's on the projector, and let's just hang out. Because that will help so much than like shaking hands and be like, hello, I am Wisely, right before the event, like right before you get onto the block. Watching ConeyCast makes me feel like shit, yeah. All the moments leading up to that are great, yeah, and I feel like often it's the same as like people that try to do fighting game commentary and they try to rip the like Tasty Steven Yipes, and you just can't fake being Tasty Steven Yipes. You can't, if you are trying to do all of the Yipesisms of catchphrases, or like one thing they'll do is they'll often like make the sound effects along to the rhythm of the combo or like whatever. It is so hard to do that without it just feeling like you are just trying to be a second-rate Steven Yipes. And I think that's what I get from a lot of alt commentators is I'm just like, if I was listening to this, I would rather just listen to like TK and Coney or like EE, TK and Coney, because they're just better at it. And that's no shade. Like, you have to learn and you have to get better, but it comes from a place of like people that are naturally have that rapport and are really funny versus people that are trying to make it happen. One of the biggest things you can do for commentary is if you are trying to grow and like put yourself as a big name, not just growing from local to regional, but like a big name is like, what do you do that sets you apart? If you're trying to be EE and TK, unfortunately, they already exist. Yes. Yeah. Like, I take a lot of inspiration from a lot of different commentary, like a lot of different casters and commentators, but I think there are things that I do better than anybody else or that I can add. And some of that's like, I have a ton of ironic for what I just did, I have a ton of public speaking experience. I did debate and forensics in high school. I learned how to talk. But also, I've done so much stuff with content creation. I've done so much stuff with, I know the history of every game. Like, I think the fact that I have done nationals for Melee, that I've done a bunch of PM top 8s, that I've done a bunch of Rivals 1 top 8s, and then Rivals 2 is a game that brought all of them together. And because I used to TO, I at least know some of the Smash 4 and alt people. I think that is a huge thing that helps me specifically. The history bit is especially relevant in Rivals 2. Yeah, exactly. I think that is a huge thing that I still lean on in a lot of my commentary, is like, how do I know where all of these people are from, at least kind of. And I think I can do that better than anybody else that can, because I've been active in all of those different games. It's just easier because I've spent a decade doing all of them versus like having to learn it now and then starting, which is something I'm trying to do with like 2XKO. It's like, oh, I don't know all of these people. I have to learn and figure it out. Yeah, it's this, like, what is something that you are strong at? There's other things that I think I'm good at. There's other things I think I'm weak at. But I was talking to, who was it? It was somebody for Street Fighter. And they were talking about their experience they were doing some of the World Warrior events, but they couldn't get to an in-person Capcom Pro Tour event. They were like, I'm getting hired by Capcom to do World Warrior, but I can't get hired to do Capcom Pro Tour majors. And they were really struggling until someone talked to them and they're like, look, there was 6 casters on this. One of them was Vicious. The other is James Chen. Both of them are in Street Fighter 6. Are you better than the person that is in the video game? I'm sorry. Like, when your option is like, well, I can get Sajam and Tasty Steve and Yipes, and then 2 people that are literally in the video game, it's like, all right. It's really hard to break in. Try to do this with the moment past. Even if you are there in the video game, you can't compete. Yeah, exactly. I'm assuming this moment was me stumbling over my words as I said that I have a lot of history with public speaking. I will pull up the clip later. Yes. The competition ends before merit even becomes a factor. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Commentary is not about who is exactly the best, if there even was a way to determine the best, because like we talked about, some people really like analysis, some people really like hype, some people really like comedy, some people really like, XYZ. You're never going to please everybody. But especially when it's like, or we can hire the person that we know a lot of people like, though. That's why we're in it for the love of the game. Yeah, exactly. Even if you break into the top echelon. Like, I feel very lucky that I am definitively in the top echelon. For, like, I think I am one of any event that I want to get into has to at least consider me for Rivals. And even then, like, I'm not making a job out of this. It is a job, but it is not my full-time job. I cannot make enough money from that. I also enjoy how you make the game seem very welcome and break it down for newcomers. A burgeoning game like this is essential. Getting new players in is vital. Yeah, thank you. I mean, that is very intentional. If I don't enjoy a game, I don't commentate it. I don't like playing alt competitively, so I don't try to commentate alt things. I've been offered alt commentary. I did a little bit of it when the game was brand new, and then I pretty quickly was like, it's just not for me competitively. I think it's a fine game. It's just not what I want out of a competitive video game, so I'm not going to commentate it. Alt commentary is so fucking funny now. In what way? I'm very curious if it's what I was saying before. Because I was talking about that before. Oh, in that it reinvigorated your enjoyment. I was talking about something totally different. I was talking about, like, the people that are doing commentary. You also went hard on new player content, which was awesome to see. I still need to finish them for every character, but that was also very intentional. If you're not in the weeds, the game is so much funnier to watch. I will agree. The game is very funny. Alt is a very funny game. It makes me feel even crazier when people are like, oh, I'm so annoyed by this thing in Rivals, when I'm like, Alt has Steve and Kazuya and Sonic and it's like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? But if you like those, then go for it. It's extremely funny if you're not playing it. Yeah, that's what Nurse was saying. I am... Can I say this? Is this leaking? I'll find a way to leak that later. I gotta deal with Floor Hug, but at least I can interact. Yes. What else? Okay, I lost my train of thought. Like I said, today was my first day back on my ADHD meds in like 4 days, so my brain is like getting used to it again. Oh, the commentary styles. Damn, it looks like I got a lot of studying for comms. I love convos like these. I do too. I just don't do them that much. That's why when I realized while listening to the podcast that I've been referring back to, that I was like, oh, I talked about my experience of being at Evo and Supernova, and like the fact that I did the thing of I did Fusion Major in New York, which isn't a big deal, but it was still funny that I got flown to New York, into Combo Breaker, into Twitch Rivals, into Evo, into Supernova, with all like 1 to 2 weeks between all of them. I was exhausted. But I talked about my experience going to them, but not like what it's like doing commentary at all of them. You were on the grind? Yes, I was. And that's something I've talked about. It is... Oh yeah, no, the first thing we talked about was my voice. I somehow didn't lose it at Evo because I took naps and I was going to bed early until I was done. Somehow didn't lose my voice. Did definitely lose it at Supernova. I tried to record some videos after my commentary was done at Supernova, and you can definitely tell I'm just yelling. I was so careful. I was like, this is the biggest opportunity I have ever gotten and might ever get. I cannot lose my voice before top 8. I cannot lose my voice before top 8. I had to do therapy with people after my voice got cooked at Gommel. Yeah, I have definitely gone to work or like gone into my like normal jobs after events that are like, yeah, I just can't talk for a couple of days. The reason I lost my voice at Supernova is because I only had 2 days to rest between Evo and Supernova. As an old Melee head, it's interesting, like I always love Homemade Waffles commentary, but it's not new player friendly. With that in mind, how do you delineate between audiences, or do you? I think Waff's commentary is actually fairly, when he wants to, it can be new player friendly. It's not always, but it can be. I think it's the style of event. The way I will commentate like Evo, I knew that a ton of brand new people were going to be watching. Supernova, same thing. If I'm not going to be there, but if I was going to Heatwave, which is a Rivals only major, or not only, but Rivals is the biggest game. All the other games that are going to be there are smaller ones. I would absolutely be like, oh, this is for the nerds. This is for the nerds. If you're doing Heatwave commentary, you gotta geek out about, you gotta be a sicko about all of the crazy, tiny, intricate tech. Because the only people watching Heatwave are so dedicated. But if you're doing Evo, Flambeau and I literally had a list of like, here are the things that we think people will understand from casual Smash that we don't need to explain. Here's the things that we should explain a couple times. Here's the couple stuff we'll say once, and then after that, we're gonna, like, once in top 8, and then after that, we have to assume. Like, we had a whole list of, like, here's the stuff that we need to make sure we cover. And every time it was a new block, so, like, a new 2-hour block, we would just kind of reset the timer. It's like, all right, none of the stuff there mattered. We have to explain it all again. Especially top 8, but... what's my commentary style? What am I good at? What do I need to improve? I think you are one of the best Rivals commentators. I genuinely, this is not me like trying to gas you up either right now. I think that if you were just able to travel more because you didn't live in Canada, I think you would be at so many more things. Crash, yeah. I would need to hear more of your stuff to like give you more critique. Orange Man won't let us travel. Well, unfortunately, Nurse has I was gonna say the double-edged sword. It's not a double-edged sword. Nurse just has 2 swords. Nurse has 2 swords that are both preventing her from traveling. High key, you bring the hype. Yeah. It's just a second sword. Yes, I mean, that's what I meant. Nurse has Canadian and queer. Both are things that Trump does not like. I mean, Nurse, I've literally had a friend who's one of the mods in this chat, I haven't seen his name pop up yet, that, they're calling her the first queer Canadian. That can't be true. I don't like that word, but that can't be true. But, like, I have a friend that he's not nearly as plugged into Rivals, that literally It was after your Gommel commentary was like, oh wait, she's really good. And I was like, yeah, I think Nurse is great. I mentioned that it does sound hatey, I swear. No, I didn't think you were hating on it. I don't think you were hating on her. It's just a funny phrase. I would just need to hear your commentary more. It's hard to think of like a critique now, unless there was like a big thing. But I think anybody's that's getting enough consistent top 8s, like it doesn't have like a huge critical flaw, but there's probably some smaller stuff. Like there's things that I've, can I say this? I think, yeah, I've done more top 8s this year than anybody else. I think just flat out, I've done more top 8s. I've for sure done the biggest ones. Because I've done EVO, Supernova, and Twitch Rivals, which are EVO, the largest Rivals tournament ever, and then the most viewership on a Rivals tournament ever. And I still have things that I'm like, oh, I need to keep working on this. I need to keep working on that. I would just have to hear Nurse's stuff more. Like in a recent one. Wait, does it have to be true? I mean, Nurse is actually looking for real feedback, so I would want it to be true. I'm not just gonna make something up. It's just I haven't heard Nurse commentary in a minute. I think your strong suits are that because you're a good player, you're able to do you mix the good player thing with quick analysis, which is something I hear a lot of. It's one of those things that anytime you get like a top player on the mic, you always worry that they're gonna over-explain. That they're gonna be like, I'm talking about this thing and now 5 more interactions have happened. And because you are a good player and you have your commentary experience where you understand how to abbreviate, how to keep things succinct, so that you can explain the cool moment without getting lost in the sauce of it. I think that's something that you're really good at. You're also really good at bringing, like people have said, when you get excited, we know that that's real, and we know you're not faking it. I think the first time I heard your commentary was at Plat Fight, because I remember specifically being like, "Oh, she was really good." Yeah. Wait, did we commentate together at Plat Fight? I think we did. Yeah, I think we did. But I think that was like literally the first time. I was like, oh, okay, cool. This 45-second ad obliterated the last bit of thought you had, but that was very sweet. Well, thank you. Or you're welcome. But like, yeah, I hinted, I was like, hey, I'm working on commentary lineups for an unannounced event. We can segue this into duos. Like, it is always easier to work with people. I think that Nurse and Fabs are great together, and as long as they want to keep doing stuff together, that's awesome. Unannounced event, yeah, I'm not leaking anything here. I'm just saying there's an unannounced event that I'm doing commentary management for. Assuming it works for both of your schedules, I'm putting both of you together, and then I'm also going to be on that block because I like Nurse Fab's blocks, and I also want to be in one. Like, that is me being super biased and be like, oh, I got to make a TriCast? Yes, I'm just going to do that. That sounds so much fun. Like, that was the end of it. It was like, oh, if I got to make a TriCast, I'm just going to put them together, and then what's better than listening to a Fabs Nurse cast? It's being in it, I think. Maybe. I know that I've like worked well enough with you two independently, so it should be fine. Yeah, that is the thing. Assuming it works for both the schedules, the scheduling is going to be the tricky stuff. But yeah, I think I do think that it's not just the people who obviously work together a lot start getting that rapport. I do think it's really helpful for new people to get paired with someone who is more experienced. And that isn't even like, sometimes you just get really lucky and you're like, these two people have never worked together, but maybe it'll work. And sometimes it's great and sometimes it sucks. But I think if someone's like all they've done is locals and regionals, and it's their first national. Putting them with someone who is more experienced helps a ton. My first national for Melee was main stage, because I got really lucky, because they flew me out, because I was... Mikey, the cheat, I love him. Mikey hired me for Nickelodeon the fighting game, because he's like, you know Melee and PM and Rivals, and this game doesn't exist yet. I was hired to do NASB 1 before the game came out, because he's like, I trust you to learn how the game works faster than everybody else, because this is what you're good at. So he brought me out for that, and then they just, like, needed another Melee block. Also, I'm friends with Mikey, so I think it was a little bit, not nepotism, but it was a little bit of the, like, well, we want to bring Wisely out anyways. This feels like a good excuse. So they did that, and then they put me on a Melee block just because, and I'm really lucky that I got to be on that block with Vish, who I was like, yeah, I feel great about my commentary, but also I'm nervous because this is my first time doing a major for Melee. I had done like PM national top 8s, things like that. And working with Vish was amazing. Vish has been like a huge person. Like Vish has been immensely supportive of me and my commentary. I know he's not on socials much, but like he has gassed me up. He has shouted me out. He has like specifically suggested me to people before. I mean, I even remember when like PM was getting shut down at some big events, Vish specifically like DM'd me to be like, yo, if there's any way I can help out, let me know. There are a couple casters who are goated co-casters and always make their partner shine more. Rod is really good for that too. Yeah, I could imagine that. I just don't watch enough alt comms now. I think Vish is amazing at it. Vish might be one of the best at it. Yeah, like, wait, I missed the nepotism gets me a job at BOBC every year. Man, I'm sad that I've been to one BOBC. It's before we knew each other. But I was at one BOBC, and I just have not been able... It's just been too expensive, and they haven't had the budget to bring me out. I'll see if I can go to this one. But again, they just haven't had the budget. Because for some reason, from Minneapolis is really expensive to get to BOBC. Like, flying to Canada is expensive in general, but like I looked at other routes, and I'm like, why is it so much more expensive from just my city? It was like, oh my god, this is crazy. So we'll see. We'll see where my finances are at for the next one. I'm friends with Deer, so I feel like if it's not too expensive to get me, it'd be fine. It's one where if I'm gonna be there anyways, I'm sure I'd be on. But yeah, we love Deer. What was I feel like everything that I had mentioned for like commentary styles and culture, I've slowly talked about throughout the over 3 hours. Talked about the duos, new pairings. If anybody has like thoughts, any questions, I've hit all of my checkpoints. I hit all of everything's marked off now. But we really did talk about commentary for 3 hours. I never played a game. Who are some of your favorite duos? You mean people that I've, like, to be a duo with? Or both for, like, yourself and in general? Okay. I mean, you can't beat Scartoph. I don't care. The fact that we don't see it that much now means that it's a treat when it happens. Oh, you missed that when I said that earlier. It's like part of the reason why after Evo, I intentionally stopped applying for events for a bit. I think right now I'm finally willing to like go back, but I needed a break for like my own mental health, but also something Sajam has talked about a lot is, or maybe not a lot, but he talked about in a video I've watched multiple times, is if people see you at everything all the time, they will just start to get frustrated. It doesn't matter how good you are or who you are. If people always see you at everything, eventually they will start to complain because you are just, it is repetitive. It is oversaturated. And he's like, yeah, I will intentionally take breaks sometimes so that when I come back later, it's like, oh my gosh, Sajam's here again. So I was very intentional about that, especially because I knew I was at literally everything for a few months there. That I was like, all right, I am not going to be at some stuff so that it's, people aren't just like, oh my god, it's Wisely again, I hate this. I get that buff because I'm at 3 events a year. You could go to more. You have the opposite problem. When did you stop commentating PM? What's the last PM event I did? I don't feel like I've stopped commentating PM, but I also just don't go to PM specific events anymore. Also, what's up, Zahime? Just wondering if you ever commentated anything of mine. I don't think I have. You were active before I started doing national commentary. And then you kind of disappeared for, I don't know, I'm sure you were doing life, but you disappeared for a while. And then very recently I've seen your name again. I'm like, oh, I think my biggest time in PM was like 2017 to 20, it was like a 5-year period of like that to like 2023. I've done both I did like, the last 2 really big events I did was Mile High Club and Bigger Mile High Club, which were the 2 Colorado events that were both the biggest tournament of the year. I did those both with Stewed. I haven't stopped, but I also like, I'm not going to PM specific things because I can't really afford it right now. I wish that I had paid more attention to, what was it, Space Tussle? What was the name of that? The one that just happened. Because that's close enough for me to drive to. It's a far drive. It'd be like an 8-hour drive, but it's close enough that I wonder if I could have made it work. I still love PM. It's just really hard. It's so hard for me to like, it is a commitment to go to PM things. And when PM is at a tournament with other stuff, I'll be there all the time. Oh, I did Smash Camp this year. I did Smash Camp top 8, actually for literally all 3 games. That was a really fun setup. Stewed and I did all 3 top 8s. I think it's the first time there's ever been a tournament where the duo commentated all 3 games. There was Melee, PM, and Rivals 2. We commentated all 3 top 8s and just had a different person. It was always a TriCast. And we always got a different, like, third person with us that was, like, more of an expert on that game. Which was very fun. Actually, was that this year or last year? There was one year that we did that, and it was me, Stewed, and Josh Man, which was a blast. So depending on which game it was, like Rivals, I knew the most. PM, it was like Stewed and then me. But Josh Man also used to play PM. Melee, it was Josh Man and then Stewed. Like, all of them had like one person was the expert, but the other 2 still knew the game. It was such a fun dynamic. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. But no, Zahima, I remember, like, when I was brand new, I remember seeing the Zelda stuff. It's just, that was when I was literally, like, not even going to locals or anything like that. You started doing more majors when I was on my way out, more or less? Yeah. I moved to Philly in 2016. I'm not in Philly anymore, but I lived there from, like, 2017. Just for a year. I was doing AmeriCorps. And during that is... my local was Project Clash, which was Chia. And so I did that as my local weekly. And that's where because of that, I got a lot more experience and started doing more PM nationals after that. Maybe you'll commentate my ABSA now? I would love to commentate your ABSA. I've not seen it yet, but I can imagine your ABSA based on the Zelda. Are you in Minnesota? I am. I'm Minneapolis. I'm Twin Cities. Stewed Wisely duo is a vibe. I love... Stewed is my favorite person to do commentary with. I've also been super lucky. I've commentated more with Stewed than anyone else. But that's because we both have played Melee, and for a while we were doing Melee and PM at a lot of events. And then I've been able to do a few different PMs or Rivals 2 stuff with him too. I know he's not as plugged into Rivals as he was like 6 months ago, but even still. My family used to live in St. Cloud. Oh, sick. I've been to St. Cloud. Not often, but I've been there. I don't know why I pulled up my notes. We've already covered that. I've gone over all the things, and now we're just doing like Q&A with chat. I was gonna do a goofy stream, but we talked way too long, so I'm gonna have to at least save the gameplay stuff for a different day. I figured out that I can control Slippy and Rivals 2 at the same time with one controller. So, I don't know what the challenge is gonna be, but I'm definitely gonna do that. Moderately cursed? Oh yeah, for sure. I'm doing that so you can also do that with Rivals 1. Yeah, I just finally figured out how to set it up on my devices. So I set it up. When is Wisely entering a Rivals 2 event? I entered one yesterday. The local is on my channel. I did bad. I went O2. My local is cursed. Because, no. Let me explain. I'm not an O2er. In my heart of hearts. My local is stupid. I went O2 to 2 people who both will make top 32 at nationals. This is not a joke. We've had at Combo Breaker this year, I played a player named Clarity to make it out of pools at Combo Breaker. She and I will play in losers round 1 at my local. My local is stupid stacked. You know Landon, who just got second at Hitfall? Only lost to Cake twice? Landon got 4th last night. Something to who? Let me pull it up. The person who beat me in winners, I know that. Francois, who was a Edalis and is now playing Galvin. I'm 4-0 on locals. On winning locals? Probably Vecca, Hunter, Landon. Vecca and Hunter both weren't there. Like, that's how we... Minnesota Rivals is stupid. We are so good, and I just need them to travel. I don't get it. We have 5 different people who all have been in the top 50 on the ranked ladder at one point. It's crazy. I'm pulling up the start GG for Run the Rivals. So I have to remind myself, because it does feel bad to go O2, and I have to remind myself, like, no, my local is just dumb. Run the Rivals. I also don't show up enough, so it's on me. I mean, my local is on my channel, so that is what it is. So yeah, there was 8 people in the bracket. I lost to... I mean, even if I had won my losers round 1 match, which should have gone to game 5, I SD'd, it was weird. I would have still played Landon in losers round 2. Oh wait, sorry, Landon got 3rd, not 4th. Landon lost to Sands, who's a Raster. Sands double elimed Landon. And then Francois beat Sands. Are you still playing Forest Burn? I'm playing Maple now. I've been playing Maple for quite a while now, actually. Maple? What does that mean? What does the all caps maple mean? What is that? Forceburn Dookie, good call. I do think that Forceburn got worse after I dropped him. Kite music with the maple leaf. There we go. I do think that Forceburn Bite is... It's crazy. I think Forceburn might be one of the worst characters right now. I feel bad. I'm going to be the highest placing solo Galvanet port. Called shot. All right. All right. Okay. Put it this way. Sean Sori, who is like... I think his tag on... He uses goofy tags on Steam, so I think it's like Naruto 12, who has been in top... For sure, top 100 on the ranked ladder. I think he's Grandmaster right now, not Ethereum, but got 7th. Like, and we were missing multiple of our... Hunter, Ian, Francois, Landon, and Vecca are 5 players that all have won different regionals, all in different states, and they all go to the same local. I don't get it. None of them played Rivals 1. And only one of them was like a top player from another. Well, no, Ian Master Narde has beaten some really good people in alt. I think got like top 5 at Combo Breaker in alt one year. Vecca was the best PM Roy. She thinks she still is. But like, they're also, everyone's amazing at like really supporting each other and teaching people. And like, it's a great place to just grind. Everyone's super down to just play friendlies all night. It's super fun. It's also, you just have to. She thinks she still is. I said, I think she still is. It's not even mentioning people like Cheat who just can't go to locals. Yeah. I mean, I think she also would think she still is. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber local. Yeah, I go and just make sure I'm barely ever on commentary, even though it's on my own channel, and it's because I'd rather just play. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's a mix of melee, PM, and ult players, mainly PM and ult, that are just bonkers. And every time one of them travels, like, we've had matches where, like, O2 are like people who got 47th and 25th at majors. See, I feel bad losing, and then I go and play it like at a regional or whatever, and I'm like, oh, I got 9th. Okay. I'm not that good. It's just funny. You just have to... I have had to remind people. In fact, it was Sans who beat Landon. I've had to, like, remind people that, because, like, Sans was like, oh my god, like, I can't deal with this thing, it's so frustrating, I can't believe that, like, Claren's able to get away with this, whatever. I'm like, you keep losing to Landon. Landon is one of the top, like, 3 Clarens. No one else is even doing the thing that's beating you. This is not a Claren thing. This is a Landon thing. Like, we have multiple... At one point, Vecca and Landon were both top 10 on the ranked ladder, both with Claren, and I have to keep reminding people, I'm like, it's not that you're all losing to Claren, it's that you're losing to top 10 in the world players. Come on, let's be real here. You would have lost to them no matter what character they were playing. Everybody blames the sword. Honestly, for my region, we have a lot of Clarens, and because of that, we also all we are all pretty good at fighting Claren, because they're really good at, like, telling everybody, like, this is what works, this is what doesn't, this is... So, despite... We still have the people who are like, Claren's crazy, but we're also some of the first people to be like, guys, Claren's not busted, it's just all of this other stuff. Like, you just have to learn. We also have so many heavies. Jesus, we have so many heavies. We have so many Craigs and Galvins and Adelis's. We have two of the people who have like are in our like could win regionals contenders are Edalus mains. Why? Why? It's okay. I want to try the playing Rivals and Melee at the same time. All I did was make sure it works. But I didn't like play it all. Okay. This is my personal opinion. I don't think Claire's remotely okay. That's fair. That's fair. I do think there's a big difference between people that complain about Claren and can name, like, these are really specific interactions that seem busted, and then the people that I see complain about Claren and they're like, I just hate tipper stun. I get tilted by the fact that I'm in stun. I'm like, that's... The characters existed for, like, 9 years like this. They're not gonna remove how the tipper works. But I do think, like, specific things are way more okay. Claren's down smash is the main that I'm like, why is that an anti-air? Have you seen it in Rivals 1? It was even more of an anti-air in Rivals 1. It's bonkers. I don't think that makes it, like, okay here, but in Rivals 1, it is genuinely Claren's best anti-air for some reason. Even in the world where Claren's balanced, if everyone's miserable fighting her, do you think that's a valid grievance? Or do you think they just find something else to complain about? They would absolutely find something else to complain about. Marth isn't the best character in Melee, and at a low level, people complain the most about Marth and Falco, because they don't like being walled out. Any character that has good disjoint. Any character that has good disjoint, people would complain about. Once people learn how to wave dash out of shield. Sword characters are the most challenging to fight by default at a lower level. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the archetype. People like to complain about the stun, but I think if you removed the stun and she was just a regular sword character, people would still complain about her. It's the same way, like, low, mid-level people will all complain about Falco in Melee because lasers stop you from moving around. And it's not because of the rest. What? Wait, what just happened? My Twitch chat just jumped up by like 17 viewers all at the same time. Which, like, I'm not complaining, but all right. I wonder if someone stopped streaming. You think Lorena is going to catch the same complaints after the initial honeymoon? Oh, my video that's about Lorena, where I tried her in Rivals 1, I literally said that people are going to complain about her. She is going to fit the King archetype, or Beowulf and Skullgirls, where everyone that's casually watching her playing is going to be like, this character's so sick, I love this. And everyone that actually plays against her is going to be like, what the fuck, it's a grappler. Yeah, Zangief. It's the casual people love, or even, not even casual people. Like, I was at Combo Breaker, whereas Zangief made, I think, Grand Finals this year. People love cheering for Zangief. People hate fighting Zangief. Yeah, people are going to hate fighting that character. It's going to be so funny. You think with Clarence specifically, she shouldn't be allowed to have Marth's low percent grab mix-up at, like, any percent where she can confirm? I could see that, yeah. I'm not saying we can't change Claren in some ways. It's just the biggest difference is, what's the up and up on getting a character reveal at port? I got 50-50 odds on it. I'll bet you $400 that we don't. I need $400. I got in a car crash last month. I may have some behind-the-scenes knowledge on this. Which is why I can confidently say that we're not getting a character reveal at port. I don't know I don't know when we are getting a character reveal. I don't know. All I know is that there is an event that there will be an announcement at. I don't know if it's a character announcement. I don't know if it's a skin. I don't know if it's whatever. I don't know if it's a seasonal, like one of the next month battle pass. I just know there's an event that will have an announcement at it. And it's not next weekend. And I feel like they would have that event have an announcement and then also have Port have one. But I'm working on this other event, and that's why I know. Wisely's putting it on Red, but he's cheating. That's why I said that I have some insider knowledge. I thought the Seattle thing might make it happen. I think it's just too early. I think it's too early. Helping X and Y modifiers officially get added. We have the Dead Zone modifiers, but you're right, we don't have the rest. Slade Hopium. I think the next character is it's gotta be either... I think we've got a 50% chance, even though it could be one of 3, because we know Galvin, and then we know that one of the characters in 2026 is going to be Lorena. I feel like it's 50% shot that it's Lorena. They said Lorena is in a playable state. Did they? I missed that. This stands to reason the next character is January. Maybe? It's either going to be Heatwave or it's going to be in December. They did in one of the dev diaries. I have not been watching all of the dev diaries. I'm a bad content creator. If I was a full-time creator, maybe I would. Yeah, what is going on? I went up to like 30 viewers and then it's back down to like 15, which for the fact that I'm not doing anything is like, all right. I'm not expecting to have a lot of viewers when I'm just sitting here. Just getting animation cleanups? Yeah. I know that they usually have they have multiple characters that are all playable, though. It's just a matter of how cleaned up they are. I still heard, there's characters I heard about without leaks. Like, it wasn't leaks, they were just like, I heard the devs mention a, code name for a character that just chatting's too powerful. I do often lose viewers when I actually play games, but that's fine. Maybe Port? Maybe you're more right at Port. Maybe the event I know about is gonna be, the unannounced one is gonna have a, maybe it's not a character announcement, I don't know. I'm genuinely saying that. I do not know what the announcement... I know there will be an announcement at an event. I just don't know what the announcement is, and that is not a leak. That is not me lying about anything. I just know there will be an announcement at an event, and I have no idea if that is a, character, if that is a... I don't know if that's a character. I don't know if that's a... what the next monthly battle pass is going to be. I don't know. Codename Slaterino. I did know that there was one that was codenamed Boxer, and for a long time I've been like, when are we getting a boxing character? And then, a couple months ago, I was like, wait, what if that was Olympia? Because she punches. I don't know. I do know that there was a character that was codenamed that Steven was just like, there's a boxing character. And I don't know if we don't have that character or if that was Olympia. Breaking news, Wisely announces an announcement coming soon. It's not even mine. Yep. The box is Crag Rock. Yep. I feel like if I was betting, I would say that Lorraine is going to be the next character. I honestly feel like it's too obvious. Does that make sense? Sure, you can't not make it, but I feel like you do one more surprise and then you announce Lorena, that kind of thing. I at least want her out before CEO if we go back to CEO. True. Wait. Why do you think Balrog hasn't been added to Street Fighter 6? It's because Ed is in the game, and Ed is their boxing character right now. What if they drop two? They're not going to drop two characters. I've had a couple of people say that. I had someone that was convinced that they were going to drop two characters at EVO, and I was like, I don't think so. I don't think so. The characters are too complex now. They don't have enough devs familiar. I mean, they used to drop two characters at a time in Rivals 1 with fewer devs. But also, I would argue the characters were even less balanced than they are in release than the current ones are. The number of times that a character came out in Rivals 1 and they were by far clearly the best character in the game was like every single time, except for Shovel Knight. They need to milk every announcement, as they should. As they should. No, Outcast, I knew exactly why you said CEO. I think that is genuinely a good point. Buff Galvin. Oh, I am so out. Oh, I disconnected for a sec. All right, we're back. I was saying since Galvin came out that I was like, this character feels pretty good. This character feels not the best character in the game, but they feel solid. And everyone was like, nah, Galvin sucks. When he's off stage, he's just dead. His combo game's great, but his neutral is really bad, whatever. And I was like, you know what? Fine, whatever. I think he's pretty good. And then I made a joke where I was like, now that I was like, Galvin's the first time a low tier has like still kept everyone playing just because they're so much fun. And now all of the comments are just like, what do you mean? How dare you? Galvin's so good. He's crazy. This character's broken. And I was like, make up your mind. Why? When I was saying that Galvin was good, everyone's like, nah, this character sucks. And when I was saying Galvin sucks, everyone's like, nah, this character's busted. I'm like, I think they're just a middle of the road character. Genuinely, I didn't think they were a low tier. I was joking. I think they're just fine. Galvin is solid, but being just solid in Rivals 2 means you're bottom 3. Yeah, I do agree with that. That's like why I think that Forsberg is a great character. I also think Forsberg might be one of the worst in the game right now. But that's just because I think he's too linear. He's just back air and down air man. And he needs a little bit more. Oh, what's up? Too cool for Twitch? I mean, I always have both. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell Twitch that I have both. There's a reason that I took off. It no longer shows before it would show the Twitch logo or the YouTube logo when I was on the screen, and now it just shows names. Leslie Waken, I'm like 50 cents saying why when you say fuck me for. Yeah, exactly. Firstborn, Galvin, and Raster, stinky guys. Yeah, and I think if we're in a state where Raster genuinely might be one of the worst characters in the game, the game's power level is just fine, if not too strong. You don't think they don't enforce it? They don't, but it's just to be safe. It's just to be safe. I have had people that have like looked at this and been like, where are these names coming from? I'm like, they were on YouTube, you're on Twitch. That's why. That's why. They don't enforce it, but it's still there. And I've been doing more collabs with other streamers, and like, just in case there's like a big streamer that I'm working with kind of thing, I don't need to get blown up for it. People aren't ready for the Crag top 1 conversation. I'm not ready for the Crag top 1 conversation. I don't know who I would say is top 1 though. This is one of the first. There's usually metas where I'm like, this is like one of the top 2 characters, that kind of thing. I don't feel like anybody stands out as being definitively like in that ranking right now. But we haven't had any like huge. I think once port happens and a few like big events pop up, we're gonna start seeing it again. There's like 3, yeah, versus like when Orcane was top 1, everyone agreed except for the Orcane players. When Olympia was top 1, everyone agreed, including the Olympia players. When Rano was like top 3, everyone thought so. Like, right now, there's no character that's like, oh, everyone thinks that this character is busted. Yeah, at least Olympia looked cool. That was the one saving grace when Olympia was way too good, is that Olympia does just look cool. Craig, Zetter, and Clarence are very strong. I agree with that. As someone who was just saying that I don't think Clarence is too strong, like, I do agree that those three are very strong right now. But it's not in a, like, definitive, like, oh, it's absolutely. Let's make Orcane top one again. No, thank you. Smile. No, thank you. Olympia straight up shook my confidence in the balance model. It was for, like, a month. It was unfortunate that that month was Evo and Supernova, but it was like a month. It's fine. Okay, you can't just name half the cast and be like they should all be mid-tier. Because that's true. I think most of the cast should be mid-tier. I don't get what your point is. Hashtag sincere. That's how you know it's real. When the person says hashtag sincere. It's like, this is a genuine post. Couple friends who play Street Fighter saw me looking through the skins and palettes in Revel Stew. We really are blessed for cosmetics compared to Street Fighter 6. True, but like, any game is blessed for cosmetics compared to Street Fighter 6. As someone who plays Street Fighter 6, I've not bought a single cosmetic in that game. I want to. I haven't bought any. The ones that they do have are expensive, and I don't like any of the ones for my character, and there's two. There's two of them. Even Street Fighter 5 had a ton more. Street Fighter 5 had a ton more. Orcane is full of love and whimsy. He deserves the world. Now he's full of love and whimsy. He wasn't before. Before, he said that he was full of love and whimsy, but it was all under a veil of hatred. It's more that, unfortunately, a lot of people got used to wild dash dance movement Orcane, which was never what he was supposed to be, even from game one. Wisely, thoughts on Slade the Shark? I am a fan of our bisexual shark hero. I think he should be in the game. There we go. Let's go. I've been saying that Slade should be in the game for a long time. I want Slade more than any of the other, like, as far as characters in the lore that we already know about, I want Slade. More than, like, Artemis and a few others. But, I mean, that's not a huge statement, because there's not a ton of characters that we know about from the lore. But consider this. What am I considering? I mean, whenever I think of Slade, I just think of the post of no straight man came up with this character design, or whatever it was. There's no way a straight man designed this character. Have you seen the little bird that rides the cricket and has a lance? I have not. I do need to see that. I do need to see that. I mean, I'm still bummed that he's from Creatures. Ah, that makes sense. I mean, playstyle, I still need a real puppet or duo character, or even as close as, like, Ori. But I don't think they will. Puppet character, you. I know. This is just me. This is just me. I don't know if I'm ready to play as Ori again. I know, but I was an Ori main. And I play Ice Climbers in Melee and PM. I like stupid puppet characters. This is a me problem. I get that they suck to play against. I understand. They made Absa Climbers. I don't know if you guys saw that clip. I did not. Yeah, I feel like if they can't announce a puppet character now, they need to have more standard characters before a puppet character comes out and just everyone's like, oh no, what did we do? What did we do? You need a second sortie first to combat the 19 heavies. I don't think you want another true sortie. Like, we can't have, like, a Roy to Clarence Marth. But I do think that, like, some more range, like, honestly, Slade, having some more range would help. I want a Roy so bad. I mean, Clarence already a fast faller is the thing. Clarence already a fast faller. Like, the reason that Vecca literally is like, oh, they made the character for me. Wait, what is this clip? What? Wait. Seems like no one wants a zoner. I think it depends on how you do it. I think if you do a zoner, you gotta go to the classic and you gotta go to Eliana. We did just kind of get one. Absent Fleeter zoners. I feel like they're like partially zoners. They're not like a true zoner. Like, I don't feel the same playing against Absent Fleet the way I do playing against like Toon Link. All right, this is a clip from of Zap. Something weird's happening. Where did my OBS go? More range, you say? Trevor put Min Min in. Honestly, I'd be down for a Dulcim type character. But I think you put Malo or Eliana, and then you got a zoner. Oh, the other character I want that has been in the game already. I was thinking of like new characters that are from the lore but haven't been in there is I really want Palm, but that's because I play a lot of like PM Mewtwo as a fun like tertiary. Again, I get that I'm asking for characters that no one else wants. I want Ori and Palm. Like, I am definitely in the minority for this. All right, what's this double Absa clip? What does this mean? Sylve. Ooh, Sylve would be dope, actually. Or a Meta Knight? We have a Meta Knight. That's Raster. We have literally, that's Raster. Raster is the Meta Knight Puff archetype character right now. It's not one for one, but it's close. All right. I hoped you agreed with me. On Meta Knight? I was saying that we already have a Meta Knight. That we have a... He did. He said you were right about everything. Yeah, for sure. I was saying that Raster is like the Meta Knight Puff style character already. All right, one sec. Let's watch this clip. What is this? I usually don't pull up clips, but I barely saw it and it looked strange. So now I need to watch it in full screen and see what's going on. All right, I need to move my face so that you can see Zap's reaction, I am sure. Okay, wait. So Absa, this is in the crew mode. Are we about to see crews get really broken? Yes. Wait, what? I love this.
Wait.
I need this game mode. I need a real game mode. I would be so good at this.
Can someone clip this?
That's... How? How? How did the game break in that way? How did they get a second Absa? That's not one of... They should have gotten Edalus next anyways.
Wait, what?
Ooh. I crashed.
That's wild.
Wait! What is this?
What? Did someone... I'm hoping like a dev in the comments was like, hey, we figured out what happened. Please leave this in or make it a game mode. Yes. Nope. None of the... All right. All right. That's so funny. Cruz has so many funny bugs. I am glad that they fixed it. I think Cruz is such a good addition to the game, by the way. I need to do some more streams with it, but I think that there's some really, really fun content to do with crews. I think there's some really fun stuff I can do with that. Both, like, I think it's a great mode casually as well. I've seen so many people playing more because of it. I think playtime is up. Like, I think it's up on Steam right now, too. It was a couple days ago, at least. Now rotation mode? What is rotation mode in your mind? What does that mean? I got a bunch of local guys to sit in a call and rotate crews. Yeah, I mean, I did a crew with Brosa and Kimona, which none of us are especially good. Kimona's the best. I think she's, like, low master. But, like, it was so much fun. I want to do, like, a video where I'm like, we got this crew and this is the crazy thing we're doing with it. You saw them posting codes at like 1 a.m. The fact that you had to keep posting codes on day one and people were still playing is how you know it's good. Okay, player base is about the same right now. That's fine. Oh no, it's up compared to like a week ago. Turns out playing with your friends is fun. I mean, it's why duos is working so well in 2XKO. I've probably played as much fun. I probably played as much. Not as much. I've probably played like a third of my playtime in 2XKO has been in duos. Oh, winner stays until you beat the room. Weird. It was fun fighting you. It was. The fact that I was queuing with Brosa and Kimona at the same time that Zeke, Beastly, and Ant were queuing, and people like had to figure out if they were about to fight the Rivals Avengers or the commentary Clown Squad was very fun. People were like, I was trying to queue into them and I fought you, or vice versa. People were like, I wanted to fight you guys, and instead I got beat down. Wow. Sorry. The Super Friends? Yes, yeah. If you don't count training mode as playtime, it's probably over half for me. Yep. I have a video that's coming out soon about 2XKO, about like, is it good for beginners? And duos is a huge part of it. All right, it is 11:35. I do have work in the morning. I did not get to play that silly game mode. We will play that later though, I'll do that later this week, where you guys need to come up with a actual challenge for me. I can't just be like, I played Melee and Rivals at the same time on one controller. Like, I have to hit a, like, I have to win both games at the same time. If that's too hard, or if that's too easy, I gotta do it a certain amount of times in a row, or I gotta switch characters. Like, I don't know. I'll figure out a challenge. But that seems super fun. And it seems like a good video. Alright, who are we gonna raid quick? Are we gonna raid? That's always the question. Sometimes I raid, and sometimes I'm just like, well, there's not a ton of stuff live. Let's see. Who's live? Who is live? Win both once, and if you accomplish it. I'm worried that it might be just too easy. I definitely can't. Maybe the challenge is do it in, like, win 2 sets. If I have to play ranked on both at the same time, that could be a nightmare. I would have to, like, D-rank in Rivals before I do that. Glad you caught the back half of that. It was super fun having you hanging out. Super fun. This is also, for anybody in chat that missed a lot of this, this is going to get turned into a video. I'm trying to do a little bit more of, like, talk show style things, where I'm like, I have a thing that I wrote notes down. We're going to turn it into a video similar to, like, how Sajam does his uploads, or a few other creators. I don't want my videos to all become just stream highlights, but I think there are certain topics that it makes sense to be able to get, like, quicker reactions to and responses out. Oh, we do need to do the interview thing still. Yes, yeah. Yes, we do need to do that still. But, like, this one made sense, where it was like, hey, I want to talk about commentary. I'll make a video about commentary, versus just like, I played ranked and it got into a random video and that's it. That's it. I want to have more, like, topics that it's like, hey, let's talk about this. Because that will let me do these, and then I'm I'm not streaming quite as often as I was, and I have been writing more videos, and I have like 3 different videos that I'm working on, whether it is a script or I literally went to the point of like, I'm going to figure out if I can play both games at the same time, because that sounds like a stupid, funny video to me. Like that kind of thing. All right. Who is live? Is anybody live with Rivals that I follow? That's always the question. Wow, there's like only 5 people I follow that are live right now. None of them are Rivals. Okay, who's streaming? I guess it is like almost midnight. And I don't recognize any of the folks. There's a Seattle local going on that has Pikmon and Evil Nardwar at it. So we're gonna go raid them. Have a good time. Go watch. Oh, they're in Grands right now. Go watch Corn Cycle and Evil Nardwar. I don't know when this is wrapping up. My bad. Good night.